Madam Mayor, your mic's not on. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, thank you. I'll start over. I'd like to call to order, so much better, the City Council meeting of June 17, 2025. I think I said 26 last time. Before the roll is called, I'd like to note that Councilmember Falcone is unable to join us. She may join us later this evening. May I have a motion to excuse Councilmember Falcone?
So moved. Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet. Here. Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on the discussion of the draft Homeless Continuum Care Action Plan. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay. So thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So it's been a long time coming. Very excited to be here tonight to talk to you about our draft homeless action plan. A couple key thank yous before we dive in. So first, thank you to the extraordinary team we have here at the table. We had sort of team outside, which was Jim Lopez and Loretta Hancock, who've conducted some extraordinary outreach, which is all summarized in your memo. We also had sort of team inside, which was Jen Boone and Juliana De Cruz. All of them together helped write all of the documents that you have, and I just want to say thank you. It's been months and months of truly difficult and challenging work, and they've done an extraordinary job putting it together. So good job, team. So because there was a lot, we had to figure out exactly how to structure the study session. We have 90 minutes to talk about this as your first exposure to the plan. So we're trying to focus mostly on the proposed actions. We're not going to cover everything that was included in all the attachments, but we welcome questions on any of it. So I want to start off first with a reminder of the guiding principles that we've used for the plan. So you can see those up on the screen. These came out of the resolution that we passed last year. The idea, first and foremost, to keep Kirkland safe, welcoming, and economically vibrant, but that's safe and welcoming for everyone, including those who are unhoused. Our true goal of making homelessness in Kirkland rare, brief, and non-recurring, both with our programs and also with the regional programs. We'll talk about that. Fostering a balanced, person-centered approach, never forgetting that these are our neighbors and we want to help them. That these Kirkland resources are for folks who are experiencing homelessness in Kirkland and the east side, and not to be bringing in folks from other parts of the county to Kirkland through our programs. A key piece is partnering rather than duplicating programs. So for example, you're not going to see a lot of discussion of what does King County do, or what does the Homelessness Authority do, or what is our home affordability programs, right? This is really focused on what are we doing relating to homelessness itself. And finally, we want to make sure that we are talking about maintaining our parks, roadways, and alleyways for their intended uses, not opening them up for places for homeless folks to be, but to provide other alternatives as well. And then to uphold our existing laws and codes, even though they are evolving, but doing so in a way that doesn't impose additional burdens on those experiencing homelessness. So those are the guiding principles for everything that you see in the plan. We'll be touching base on some of those as we go throughout, but I just wanted to set that stage. And also because this is an extremely complicated topic, I wanted to explain why there wasn't a ton of things about housing affordability and all the rest of this too. This is really a Kirkland-focused approach that you're going to hear about tonight. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Jen Boone, our Human Services Manager, who's going to kick us off.
I'm going to kick it off to Juliana.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I want to acknowledge, I believe we have Lynn on the line as well. A lot of staff put a lot of work into this, and so we're grateful to have them here on call. We are here to do a first reading of the Homelessness Continuum of Care Action Plan draft and receive your feedback. We are walking through the actions in the plan one by one, the proposed actions. So we have 37 slides and potentially more if time allows. So please jump in and ask questions as we go. We will provide a very brief overview of engagement efforts, but please, for more details, see attachment number 3, engagement themes, and the memo in the packet. We will highlight some recommended priority themes and investments from staff, and then spend the bulk of our time reading through those proposed actions. As we go through this presentation, we will have a discussion at the end, but please keep these questions in mind. Does council need additional information to better understand the proposed actions? Does council have questions about the priority investments for consideration? Should ongoing actions be included as part of the action plan? Are there proposed actions the council feels are not ready for incorporation into Kirkland's response to homelessness? Does council have any key actions you feel are missing from the draft action plan? And again, feel free to ask questions as we go.
So before we review community engagement and the plan to date, I want to briefly touch on why the work is so important and ground us in the conversation. Homelessness has increased both in Kirkland and across the Seattle metro region over the years. In conversations with the community, there's been a large focus on data, so I wanted to share a few key recently released figures with the council. The 2024 point-in-time count was recently released by KCRHA, and it estimated that just under 2,000 people were experiencing homelessness in East King County. That's an 85% increase since 2020. There is a 4-year comparison, and I want to acknowledge the gap. So there was a count done in 2022 and 2023 that did not include sub-regional data, and there was a change in agencies that were administering the count. However, this substantial increase in the East King County region is essential when we're talking about local planning and community conversation. Over the past 5 years, the community has also submitted over 300 reports via our Kirkland of individuals experiencing homelessness here. This highlights the visibility and ongoing nature of this issue. And finally, with the city's first homeless outreach coordinator who started just over 2 years ago, they've engaged just over 200 unduplicated residents experiencing homelessness here in the city. This demonstrates the scale of need for the city's coordinated response efforts. In addition to this data, the city has responded to several urgent situations over the last year. These are summarized in greater detail in your memo, but I am going to highlight a few successes that we've also seen. These examples underscore both the positive outcomes and the complexity of this topic. I want to note that names have been scrubbed to protect client confidentiality. The first is of an older woman who was living in downtown Kirkland for many years. She was unable to meet her basic needs, and before HART was established, police were frequently called, and the city regularly received community concerns urging city action. Thanks to the investments of Racer, HOC, and Connections facility, we were able to connect them to housing appropriately suited to her physical and mental health needs long-term. What's important to highlight in this story is the significant level of coordination, advocacy, and staffing required to make this transition possible. She is one in several of our community who require this depth of support, and the resources to do this are incredibly strained and limited. It took years for the city to secure stable, viable housing for just this one person. The second story I want to share is of a gentleman who's been on the HOC's caseload for over 10 years. She was connected to him on her first week in the job back in April of 2023. He's lived in his vehicle over the last 2 years, moving around, parking throughout the downtown area, and Melly has struggled to find suitable housing options for him. She's had to balance both case management and responding to community concerns as we deal with folks that are parking in long-term areas because there's nowhere else for them to go. After 2 years of engagement, he's been approved and will be moving into the Health Through Housing Redmond site at the end of this month, which is a great example of how our continuum is supposed to work. This outcome was possible through the coordination of the HART team, who not only supported the client, but was able to regularly respond to staff and community concerns over the last 2 years. These stories highlight the complexity of this work. The community regularly calls on the city to do something, and we are doing something every day. They've shown strong support for this person-centered approach, and we know it works. However, maintaining this level of service over extended periods of times for both these cases is more common than not. And so we need to look at a broader, coordinated, more regional response, which is something the community regularly emphasized. So before we dive into the details of the plan, we want to be clear about the purview of this plan from both an internal and external perspective. So externally, the actions in this draft plan reflect Kirkland's localized role. We recognize that homelessness is a local and regional challenge, and there are many partners in this work, most notably the 4 that you see in this figure. Our intent is not meant to be duplicative in this work, but mainly to support what Kirkland is and continues to do to fill local housing gaps. This graphic is a friendly edit to a figure that was released in KCRHA's 5-year plan back in 2023. We've added a column for the city that touches on our role within these different areas of infrastructure, programs, and other services in comparison to King County, KCRHA, and our nonprofit partners that receive human services grant funding. You'll note the key in the bottom right-hand corner there. Now, when we think about internal alignment, several of the actions outlined in the plan reference other city plans and how the action plan is intended to complement and align with those adopted plans. One example we want to draw your attention to based on community conversations is the comp plan. Community engagement underscored over and over again the importance of more affordable housing being a key driver to addressing homelessness. The graphic here summarizes Kirkland's housing needs through 2044 via the recently adopted comp plan, which supports investments in the continuum of care through housing target goals across all income levels and housing types. I'm now going to turn it over to Juliana to walk us through community engagement.
In June 2024, the council adopted Resolution 5631, declaring the city's commitment to addressing homelessness and authorizing the city manager to develop a homelessness continuum of care action plan. Early engagement efforts began shortly thereafter in July 2024 when staff established regular Kirkland faith community convenings. This partnership was critical because our faith-based organizations are often on the front lines responding to homelessness and serving our community. The broader organizing events kicked off a more comprehensive TREC process in Q1 of 2025 with 2 at-capacity community forums and 3 self-selected general public focus groups. Staff provided an update on this work at the April 15th council meeting, and we have since continued targeted stakeholder engagement. Our continuing engagement has included surveys, focus groups, and individual interviews with targeted stakeholders. In parallel, Communications and Human Services have continued to update informational resources on the city's homelessness website to support ongoing awareness and engagement efforts. Some organizations and networks that we reached out to were not available in Phase 1, but we will come back to them and contact them again in Phase 2. The topic of homelessness is complex, and the conversations yielded new insights with the highly individual experiences of the participants. During these conversations, we have sought to educate the community about what is happening in Kirkland and what the city is already doing, and to learn from the community about the gaps in service and their priorities and needs. We've sought to build relationships with these partners and establish trust by inviting them to inform a balanced approach. The community has helped assess priorities, system capacity, and identify gaps, especially outreach teams and service providers who work with homeless response every day. In addition, we've identified ongoing communications and engagement opportunities to ensure that this work remains transparent into the future. And we've learned that it's important to connect the dots with other city initiatives like the comp plan and with regional initiatives like King County's Health Through Housing initiative. Generally, we heard from the community that Kirkland is an engaged, compassionate, and supportive community when it comes to homelessness. There was broad recognition that homelessness is a complex problem and that it's a growing concern in Kirkland. Residents generally wanted the city to act, and many were surprised to learn how much is already being done. Simultaneously, they recognized that federal policy level changes, economic and regional trends are likely to continue straining resources at all levels. Many residents expressed they don't want Kirkland to become like Seattle, which was understood to have a large, highly visible, unhoused population and was perceived to be unsafe. A majority of community members expressed that continued action and investment were required to prevent homelessness from expanding. However, they wanted a balanced, localized, and non-duplicative approach that combines compassion with accountability, safety, and visible results. Service providers expressed an urgency to invest in big picture solutions like affordable housing and expanding capacity along the continuum of care. In summary, the community supported the city's comprehensive and proactive response to homelessness, and that response is why the plan is detailed and practical, with 50% of the plan being ongoing actions that the community said generally the city should continue. Given our focus on actions today, I'll refer you to attachment 3 for more detail on engagement efforts. So as I noted, the action plan is 70 actions, 35 of which are proposed actions and 35 of which are ongoing. We'll discuss a little bit more about the characterization of these different actions as we walk through them, but I just wanted to note that we're going to focus most of our time on proposed actions today. And before we get into that, we would like to review some priority themes and investments that came very strongly through community engagement and was guided by staff expertise. So how do we look at the plan and how do we prioritize these actions given potential council feedback? The first area of priority investment was prevention. Overwhelmingly from stakeholders, from the general public, from service providers, the sentiment was that preventing individuals from becoming homeless was the most trauma-informed and cost-effective way to combat homelessness. In particular, we heard from the community a concern for vulnerable populations at risk of housing instability, including seniors, adults and youth with disabilities, individuals with medical needs, and youth aging out of the foster care system. Many expressed that the city should be proactive in contacting these individuals and connecting them with resources before they become homeless. The city has invested in prevention through human services grants, and action number 1 recommends continuing to prioritize human service grant funding that supports rent assistance and other prevention responses. This action is currently funded with one-time funding, and its investment level is estimated to cost more than $1 million per biennium. The action plan also proposes action number 20, which is to fund a 1.0 FTE housing case manager position to support homeless outreach clients with housing navigation and case management, plus provide direct assistance to residents who have been priced out of the market rate housing. Action number 20 is also repeated in the next priority, so I'm going to allow Jen to elaborate on it.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm, did you have a question?
Sorry, your FTE, is that a City of Kirkland FTE or another organization?
City of Kirkland.
Thank you.
So moving on to priority area number 2, this focuses on continuing and expanding support for the HEART team. So through community engagement and staff input, staff consistently heard praise for the city's response to homelessness, most notably the HEART team. Overall, community members expressed support for general service levels and commended the HOC for their responsiveness, attention to detail, and empathy in really challenging situations. However, with current service levels, they are constrained by staff capacity and there's risk of burnout. As the city continues to expand its role and investment in direct service staffing, most notably in RACER and HOC, council has become increasingly aware and familiar with the burnout and compassion fatigue that these helping professions often face. One key protective factor in supporting frontline staff is quality supervision. That aims to support strategies that help manage stress, well-being, and reduce burnout, ultimately sustaining the quality of services that we have invested in and allowing our staff to continue to support the most vulnerable community members. Research confirms that effective supervision in helping professions requires both administrative oversight as well as providing space for emotional support. With staff recommendations to expand the city's homeless outreach services in order to align with best practices, that also requires investment in additional supervision to support this type of growth. High-quality supervision reduces the likelihood of burnout, it lowers psychological distress, and provides a safe space for staff to process secondary trauma. It also promotes self-care, boundary setting, peer support, and emotional resilience. As the current supervisor of the HOC, I want to share a few quick examples that speak to the importance of quality supervision beyond administrative oversight. Last year, the HOC was exposed to fentanyl on the job and had to be transported to the hospital for exposure testing and a physical health check after passing out due to the fumes and hitting her head. Earlier this year, the HOC was physically intimidated, cornered, and verbally harassed at the downtown Kirkland Library and experienced racist, sexist remarks after setting a boundary with a client during drop-in. The client then showed up at City Hall, anxious to see her, and she felt unsafe to come back to the office that day. And finally, within the first couple months of her starting the job, she was elbowed in the face when dropping off a client at a shelter and a fight broke out during the intake process. I share these to underscore real examples that speak to the importance of this quality supervision that we're looking at investing in. It's grounded in both oversight and emotional support to process the type of secondary trauma that unfortunately is inevitable to this type of work. So looking to the actions here, there's several. They include both ongoing and proposed, and I'll be sure to be clear on which are new and which are ongoing. Action 10 recommends continuing to fund the 1.0 FTE Homeless Outreach Coordinator position. So this position is doing effective work in the field, providing immediate response while also providing case management to connect residents to housing. However, given the current demand, it's hard to sustain this with one position currently. This is an ongoing action and anticipated at under $200,000 per biennium. Action number 20 was noted in the previous slide, so that's funding a full-time housing case manager, which would be a city staff position. This is aimed to really support increased capacity to support the homeless outreach coordinator's work. So it would be focused on housing navigation, trying to work with clients to get them into housing sooner, as well as provide a resource for folks that are calling into the city, often for the first time struggling to understand how to navigate affordable housing systems. It's also the opportunity to look at expanding our outreach. So if the homeless outreach coordinator is not available, maybe they're sick, on vacation, this position could step in and provide outreach, which we currently have a gap when the HOC is out of the office. This is a new action and is anticipated at under $200,000 per biennium. The third action speaks to the supervision that I talked about. So that would be hiring a human services supervisor to support the expanded direct service staff that we're recommending here, as well as support the expanded service levels that we're currently piloting. This position could serve as liaison of the growing HEART team, as well as support implementation of the action plans and oversee the proposed actions that are under your consideration this evening. This is a proposed action and estimated to be under $1 million per biennium. The fourth action, number 57, is establishing a dedicated space for human services staff to conduct outreach and provide services that are confidential in nature. This is something that has been flagged for the HOC's work. Often they don't feel comfortable making calls and working with clients dealing with sensitive personal information in the office, so they're often outside or resort to using their car to make those types of calls. This is also an area that we could also bring in contracted services. So one example would be the KSARC position that will be here at City Hall for 3 days a week starting next month. And that also, given the nature of that position, would require a confidential space in order to conduct services professionally. This is also a proposed action and estimated at under $1 million per biennium. And the final one is action 26. It's talking about data, which is not a new topic for the council. We've talked about it before. But this is a hyper-centralized data tracking tool for City of Kirkland staff, so most notably HEART members as well as our first responders. In a lot of our interviews with the HEART folks, they flagged kind of challenges in being able to communicate with one another and understand and track real-time client location data and who's the lead based on a certain situation. So this is not intended to be a regional database or try to tackle some of the larger databases that we've talked about before, but really to reduce redundancy within the HEART team and first responders.
Thank you, Jen. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Quickly, Jen, you did say it would be not regional. it would be local, but that would include Racer, our sub-regional agency that we're a partnership?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So the intent of this data tracking tool is to provide greater transparency to the HEART team and our first responders, as well as allow us to more quickly and accurately respond to the public with more real-time information. This action is also proposed and anticipated to be under $200,000 per biennium. I'm going to pass it back to Juliana for number 3.
Jen and Juliana, before we move on, I want to ask one question. Under prevention, item 3 is continue to fund the FTE, which is MELI, our current. So item 10 is a new position, or it's a continuation of the current HOC?
Continuation.
Okay, just, I'm counting head counts right now. Thank you.
So actually, yeah, number 3 is not the same position as number 10.
It's not the same.
Number 3 is the human services
Services
coordinator, focused on well-being.
That is also a current position. So
Current
it's
position,
Ongoing as well.
That's currently Amanda Judd's position.
Thank you. So these are 2 existing positions.
2 existing positions.
I'm trying to figure out if they're same person or, okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Tim Chisholm, thank you.
All right, I want to go back to, can you expand just for a minute if you have any information on was this a City of Kirkland employee that was injured due to fentanyl exposure?
Probably don't want to go into a lot of details in an open meeting about that.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, anyone else? All right, Juliana.
Thank you. Priority area number 3 is continuing investments in shelter capacity and pilot programs aimed at reducing barriers to shelter. So the HEART team needs more non-congregate shelter options to house clients while working on long-term housing stability goals. Congregate shelters on the east side are full or near capacity on most nights. Additionally, congregate shelters are not suitable for all clients. An increasing investment in diverse short-term solutions that are non-congregate is essential to providing life-saving shelter and connection to services. It's also essential to the effectiveness of the HEART team. We've heard from our HEART team members that they'll often work with a client who's interested in coming indoors, but the resource is not available, which then undermines the trust and rapport that position is striving to develop. The city's hotel set-aside program allows the homeless outreach coordinator to provide short-term shelter in a hotel for unhoused clients while they await placement with a longer-term facility. This program is time-restricted because hotel placements are expensive and the resources are limited. Additionally, not all clients are suitable for housing in a hotel. Action number 30 proposes continuing this pilot program and considering expansion. This action is an ongoing action, but is currently funded through one-time funding. It is anticipated to cost under $200,000 per biennium. In addition to shelter shortages during normal conditions, severe weather is life-threatening for unhoused individuals, and existing resources are at capacity. The city overspent its 2025-2026 budget for the Severe Weather Emergency Hotel Set-Aside Program. With additional severe weather incidents anticipated, additional funding is needed to continue this program. Action number 24 proposes continued funding of the city's severe weather response. It is anticipated to cost $200,000 or less in the biennium. Lastly, action number 38 proposes a longer-term expansion of shelter capacity by alleviating the strain on temporary housing resources. Action number 38 proposes exploring interest in the development of a tiny home village on the east side, particularly at faith-based properties. A tiny home village is anticipated to cost $1 million per year in operating costs, but this action is to explore the feasibility only. This anticipated cost is under $1 million per biennium.
Okay, moving to the last priority area, which is connecting Kirkland residents to investments in regional subsidized permanent housing. As we know, this is a vital component of the continuum of care. Increasing the supply of these units helps alleviate pressure on many of the other entities along the continuum, so most notably our temporary housing, which includes safe parking, as well as our emergency shelter programs that often are operating at or beyond capacity. Action 43 calls for implementing the local referral network, which would connect Kirkland residents with subsidized permanent housing in partnership with King County's Health Through Housing initiative. It's currently slated to open at the end of 2025 at the former La Quinta Hotel. The Homeless Outreach Coordinator will play a key role in referring individuals, particularly those with long-term engagement like the success stories I mentioned earlier, to this type of resource, which remains very scarce on the east side. This action also outlines the city's responsibility to ensure accountability that all 4 plans outlined between the city and King County are approved prior to the site opening. This will be done in partnership with King County and Plymouth Housing. This is a currently funded action. It's ongoing and projected to cost under $20,000 per biennium. During community outreach, many participants.
One sec. Councilmember Black?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Jen, were you moving from action 43 to action number 8?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So since we mentioned action number 43, and it refers to the health through housing, and you mentioned the opening at the end of the year, my understanding from a conversation I had at the Regional Law Safety Justice Committee with some members of King County Health Services, that rollout is going to be incremental, or it's going to be in stages. So if there's 100 units there roughly, it's going to be some subset of that 100 units initially, then an additional, and then it won't be fully occupied by tenants until a later date. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. So one thing I would mention is just because we've talked so much about making that, the opening of that a success, and engaging ourselves and the community in welcoming those new tenants. We now know that that's not going to be a one-time event. That's going to be something we're going to probably do over the course of a sequential rollout. So, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving to action 8. So during the community engagement process, many participants voiced concerns about housing stability for families and seniors. The Lake Washington School District reported a surge in families at risk of homelessness this past year, from 300 to 700 in a single school year. They reported that many families are living doubled and tripled up in small apartments, which highlights significant housing insecurity and places each of those households at risk. Number 8 proposes exploring a voucher program with the school district to address housing gaps for families at risk of homelessness. This is something that could potentially be offset by allowing access to connect families with ongoing substance use to help essentially create more opportunity within the market rate industry while not having to rely on the creation of new affordable housing. So it's a quicker response to a pretty significant need. I need to repeat that. I kind of stumbled that a little bit. Okay. So essentially what the voucher programs would do is it would provide an ongoing subsidy over the course of maybe a year or two to a small subselect of families. That would allow them to take it similar to a Section 8 voucher to tap into a market rate unit to allow us to bring the affordability down. It's a quicker response than relying on building new units.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Jen, for that, so we're talking about the use case that involves families who are renting. Would it be exclusive to families that are renting, or would a family that somehow was in housing that maybe they had a mortgage on, or maybe they didn't have a mortgage on, but the utilities or the property tax or any number of factors could put them at risk of losing that home, or would the program provide them relief as well?
I think we could explore a variety of situations based on what we've heard. It sounds like families have gotten very creative, so I think the key would be to have flexible options, and so I'd welcome your feedback if you have specific ideas around it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be it, is just, I think the families who are renting is going to be the vast majority of the cases. but I'd like us to consider like flexibility to help other families. If there's another use case that maybe we can't imagine today, but it's, you know, it might arise. Thank you.
Keep it broad, don't limit it to renters.
Councilmember Black, when you talk about utilities, that makes me think of the Kirkland Cares program and how that folds into this. My question about this is Lake Washington School District covers 3 cities. So I have 2 questions. One, this significant increase in families in need, do we know, which city this is happening in? And how would the voucher program work? Because obviously students want to stay in their home district, so how would this program work, you know, since it's covering 3 cities?
Yeah, it's a good question. Bellevue School District is actually piloting something right now with the city of Bellevue, so I think we would look to how their model is currently rolling out, see what we can learn, and then adjust, recognizing that we have a larger scope. But I would imagine the school district would be a critical partner in how we could roll something like this out that's specific for Kirkland. We don't have data that's specific to Kirkland families, but we could certainly ask the district if they have that available.
Thank you.
I do think with the doubled and tripled up, it would be interesting what that data looks like if we're reporting the same address and how that data populates on their end.
Yeah.
So this one is a proposed action, so anticipated costs of just under $200,000 per biennium. And that reaches the end of our priority areas. I'm gonna turn it back to you.
Okay, before we read through the proposed actions, I'd like to just give a quick overview of what we're looking at in the tables. So as mentioned, the Homelessness Continuum of Care Action Plan draft proposes 70 actions, and these actions are categorized by the 6 policy goal areas in alignment with the continuum of care. That is prevention, outreach, emergency shelter services, temporary shelter and housing, subsidized permanent housing, and then program delivery and system support. The number in this column is unique to this action for easy reference. The primary strategy references the strategies identified in Resolution 5631, including a person-centered approach, timely communication and collaboration, proactive policy development and legislative action, prioritizing safety, and strategic spending. The status notes if it is an ongoing action or a proposed action. The asterisk on the ongoing actions indicate ongoing actions that currently receive one-time funding that would require additional funding beginning in 2027. The primary lead column indicates the department that would be responsible for implementing the action. Staff does acknowledge that many departments will need to provide expertise and collaboration to have a coordinated response. And the investment, there is a little key in your packet. This is just an estimate, a benchmarking estimate of how much we anticipate this will cost per biennium. So $1 sign is under $20,000, $2 signs is under $200,000 per biennium, $3 signs is under $1 million per biennium, and $4 signs is over $1 million per biennium. Lastly, the timeline indicates a proposed timeline categorized by short-term, medium-term, and long-term. Short-term indicates actions for consideration during the current biennium. Medium-term prioritizes actions during 2027 to 2028, and long-term is a future biennium. With that, we will now walk through the proposed actions by policy goal area. Please stop us if you have questions about each action. I will note that as we go through, there are some actions listed in bold italics, and those are the actions that we flagged earlier as part of the priorities. When we finish reading the proposed actions, there'll be time for council discussion, and we'll only read the ongoing action if there's time at the very end.
Sounds good. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I just realized we may not have time at the end because there's one ongoing action that's a larger ticket investment that is subject to one-time funding, and that is Action 31, continue funding, nope, sorry. That is action, let me get to the right. It has to do with Racer. I just noticed that, yeah, I'm sorry, so 51, action 51, continue to participate and support the Regional Crisis Response Agency. It's a large investment, it's ongoing, but it's also a one-time. Can I understand that a little bit better? Why that's a one-time? I probably should know this.
So Racer's funded multiple ways, primarily ongoing, but there's some one-time. So we funded through GMT, we funded through the police Prop 1, and we funded through fire Prop 1. So we consider GMT basically one-time money, even though it is kind of ongoing. So I would say, of all they asked for us to say one time, that is the most ongoing one time of it, but there is some stuff that isn't automatically built in. So the
Okay.
pieces that are linked to the ballot measures are definitely ongoing. The pieces that are not are a little bit less so.
Okay, that helps ameliorate my concern. Thank you.
Okay, action number 1, explore funding a partnership to create a dedicated homelessness action fund to act as a centralized donation hub for community members, including the faith community, to support outreach, flex fund, and severe weather response.
This is something we're thinking maybe the community foundation might be part of. So a place for people to give small contributions that can add up over time to help with this.
We had that conversation. Surprise.
Action number 6, educate landlords and tenants on House Bill 1217 that put rent and housing stability measures into place, including rent increase caps, rent increase notice requirements, caps on move-in fees and security deposits, and avenues for enforcement.
I'm sorry, I was thinking, anybody have questions? Okay.
I wonder what the strategy would be for that. I mean, would that be to identify somebody and just train them up to explain to landlords how this stuff works? Because they have a different lens.
I can speak to that. So I think we learned through the additional tenant laws that were approved a few years ago. We have a lot of landlords that call seeking advice from the city and understanding what the new implications are. And so I would defer to the city manager's office. I believe they were the lead in responding to a lot of those calls, but I imagine it would be some sort of engagement through communication materials educating landlords.
That was the question I had. Are we receiving a lot of outreach from community members about tenant protections? And how are we managing that?
Speaking specifically about this engagement, I would say no. But the rollout of that fund really didn't take. And I think there may be some procedural things we could revisit. I think we wrote a memorandum about it. But I do think there's a lot of room for us to reach out to landlords and get their feedback as to how something like that might work.
Okay, we're talking about education on the new bill, the rent stabilization bill, not
Right.
the rent
Yeah.
refund bill. So, okay.
Well, I would think it would be both at some point.
Yes.
I actually misspoke. I believe planning is the lead in fielding calls for the tenant protections.
To
I don't
understand
know if
tenant.
Adam is on the call. I know we received a call last week.
It's okay. I don't mean to derail us. I can ask later. Thank you. Go ahead, Julianne.
Action number 7 is provide educational resources, incentives, and protections to support single-unit landlords leasing to low-income tenants or tenants without rental histories, as well as working with HOAs to promote ADU availability and room rental flexibility. Action number 8 was referenced in priority area number 4, exploring the voucher program with Lake Washington School District.
So moving on to outreach, item number 19, evaluate current members of the HEART team and consider expansion to include probation and other staff that interact with people experiencing homelessness. This was input we received as part of our heart interviews. And then number 20, that was summarized in priority 1 and 2, so we won't reread that. Action 21 is consider flex fund expansion to include all first responders to offer basic needs to people who are unhoused as part of their response.
Can you maybe explain what happens today with who has flex fund access?
Sure. So we have expanded access to the flex fund, so that allows Melly and a few other members of the heart team purchase documents, food, coffee, other items that can potentially help with outreach, build rapport, as well as address barriers for folks that are maybe accessing housing, so covering things like application fees. We've heard from first responders that often are first on the ground if the HOC is not available and they want access to a resource to be able to address one of those immediate needs, giving them the flexibility so all of our first responders have access to it. 2020.
Can I add one more thing? One thing I know that does happen today is some of our police officers encountering individuals do end up often purchasing things themselves. And so we want to try and help alleviate that personal expenditure of money on things that isn't necessarily, they don't see the need of reimbursement on a $5 coffee, but that is really valuable in that rapport building. So that's something we know happens today. And some of our firefighters, I know, depending on what the situation is, the Guild, the union provides some funding to support work on that end, but again, not coming directly from the city. So that's part of the expanded part of the flex funds we'd like to reach.
Action 22 is expanding access to training, culturally relevant resources, and linguistic services for the heart team to assist the growing diverse population of unhoused residents. Often when Millie will go to do outreach, she'll potentially face a language barrier. Most commonly, it's Spanish and Portuguese. So this would help enhance our ability to provide those services in real time. Action 23 is creating a homeless outreach program manual to educate internal staff on policies and procedures in responding to homelessness across the city. Action 25, it's considering increasing homeless outreach staffing over time to provide 7-day-a-week response.
And are we imagining that's 24 hours, or what are, we haven't gotten that far?
Okay.
I think we'd add incrementally. The first would be to have someone on the days that Melly's not available, and a similar shift, but getting 24/7, just like with Racers, where you're talking more like 10 people. So it gets to be a lot.
One of the areas that's most significant that we've heard is over the weekend. So if we receive reports from community members, often there's a lag in response time because she's out of the office. So 26 was highlighted earlier in our priority investment, so I'll skip that one. 27 is exploring options to deploy a mental health professional to co-respond with the HOC. This could include partnerships with Mobile Integrated Health, who have training in SOAR, which is essentially a training that focuses on connecting people with mental and physical illnesses through different federal benefit programs. So one of the things that has been flagged is with RACER, they are often restricted to respond to people that are actively in crisis. And a lot of the folks that the HOC interacts with may have mental health present, but they're at baseline. So it limits what resources are available to co-respond. And as the HOC position is currently written, we don't require mental health background as part of that job requirement.
One other nuance to this is that the current Mobile Integrated Health program is funded through the Medic One levy. And so there's a restriction that requires that you be able to trace in some way back to reducing 911 calls or 911 response. So while there is some flex there, if you wanted to have someone who is helpful and available all the time, you can still have the same Mobile Integrated Health folks, but we'd probably need a different funding source than the Medic One levy in order to broaden their ability to respond.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I suspect we're about to move out of outreach.
I believe you're right.
Okay. Well, while we're here, and I know we kind of touched on this with the homelessness outreach supervisory role, which is the providing stronger support for our homeless outreach employees. I was wondering, though, one thing is in there somewhere, is it the support, the type of support? I know that we, for example, I know our sub-regional agency, RACER, makes sure that there is support, there's behavioral health support, mental health support for the providers. Do we have that incorporated in here somewhere? Are we doing that already today? Is that something we need to consider enhancing? Where does that fit into this?
There is not a specific action that supports that level of response, but I will say with the benefit packages that all employees have access to, that is something as a supervisor I often encourage and remind folks that are in direct service positions that they have access to at no cost.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have questions on outreach?
Yeah, thank you for that question.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
My only suggestion in the outreach is it would be interesting to know who the top 3 to 5 people that are our guests in our municipal jail are, and how related they are to this issue.
That is something that has been flagged by our jail navigator and our probation staff.
Oh, really?
Is stronger coordination between HART
Okay.
and those roles. And so through the, I believe it's number
I do note
19.
a couple of frequent flyers that I see there on a regular basis. Mr. C, I won't say his last name, but, and they're, you know, I can only imagine that the per night cost of the jail far exceeds a hotel voucher or something like that. So, I think that's great that that's been flagged. Sounds like you're on it. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a few more for outreach. So number 28 is expanding transportation options for HART members to support unhoused clients accessing various appointments, court dates, other needs. So currently, Human Services staff administer bus tickets that we receive through King County. So considering formalizing that to distribute those to HART staff so they can support those unhoused clients in addition to MELI if they're unable to transport clients currently. And then number 29 is explore co-hosting a regional clinic and the One Health Clinic model, providing veterinary and human medical services co-located. Consider piloting an annual Kirkland Health and Wellness Fair.
Everybody expects me to comment on this one, but I think this is a brilliant idea, so to pilot it. Would you like to know more about this?
I know a little bit about it. I'm just interested. Haven't we piloted something like this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay,
No.
because it would be a perfect fit for the health fair, absolutely.
Yeah, it would be very interesting, and the reason, just for the public knows, is because I'm on the board of Homeward Pet, and we are also looking at opportunities to do this, so I'm glad we're piloting it.
I want to note that if we did consider piloting it at the fair, that it is most likely not long-term, though that's potentially something we could look at closer to the short term. Okay, moving into emergency shelter services. So action 33, explore opportunities to advance programs that support populations not served under the current shelter model or experience barriers, including but not limited to couples, people with pets, LGBTQIA+, immigrants, and refugees. And action 34, advocate for and enlist other interested entities such as faith organizations and the school district to increase emergency shelters and other resources for families with children to reduce the long-term generational impact of homelessness.
Okay. Moving into proposed actions for temporary housing and shelter, we have number 37, Analyze current code that supports sanctioned encampments to assess the following. Consider allowing the city or other organizations that are not community-based organizations to function as a sponsor or managing agency for authorized encampments. Consider extending the initial authorized operation period of 92 days. Consider allowing authorized encampments to be established on a recurring basis over a period of several years in the same location, similar to the City of Redmond's regulations. And we touched on number 38 as part of priority number 4, so I'll move past that one. Number 39, explore diverse short-term sheltering solutions that are non-congregate in nature, particularly at faith-based community properties. Number 40, evaluate current investment in congregate shelter solutions by population type and identify alternative strategies.
Go ahead.
Number 56 and 57.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on action 40, so one of the things that we've heard and read about congregate shelters is an initial, our region and many other regions like ours moved away from congregate shelters for any number of reasons. But there's been conversations being had in the public and among experts, I think, and I'm not one, but that in a crisis, congregate shelters may have a role. This says evaluate current investment in congregate shelter solutions by population type and identify alternative strategies. I guess that could probably have a couple different interpretations, but in this is, and this would be a regional conversation, probably with partners like Redmond and Bellevue, with whom we did the women shelter, the family shelter, the youth shelter, and the adult male shelter. Would that be a conversation in this about how a congregate shelter actually could, in emergency situations, be part of the overall continuum?
Yeah, and I think one of the areas that's unique to the East Side subregion is we mainly have congregate shelter, whereas other parts of the county have those more non-congregate options. So we are limited because we know the demand is there because shelters are consistently at capacity. So it's a challenging conversation to navigate of non-congregate is more trauma-informed, we see better outcomes, but we currently have over 700 beds that the cities and counties continue to invest in. We can't just take those out of the supply chain without looking at alternatives. So I think it's currently looking at the amount of grant funding that goes to our congregate shelters and seeing if there is an alternative that you potentially want us to explore and looking at some non-congregate options.
Okay, good, thank you.
Moving into program delivery and system support, proposed actions. Number 56 and 57 were both discussed in priority area 2, so we'll move past that one. Action number 58, explore potential approaches to data reporting and measures of success to council, including format, content, and appropriate frequency. Number 59, centralize volunteer opportunities by and among faith communities related to homelessness within the volunteer services program. Number 60, research regional funding and facility options for individuals with high acuity needs, aiming to provide specialized interventions beyond transitional shelters and supportive housing programs. Number 61, explore local funding to sustain MIH with staffing levels that specifically support homelessness response in Kirkland.
So that's the flip side of the
Yeah.
comment I just made, yeah.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Manager, what's our current FTE for MIH?
So we currently have 2 full-time FTEs, a dedicated mental health professional and dedicated firefighter, but the council's also authorized a second firefighter who's currently working basically on overtime, but is full-time dedicated to this.
Right, okay.
And that goes through the end of this year. and then funding pending the Medic One levy vote of the community in November.
And those are mostly what I would probably describe as sort of follow-up calls as opposed to first response calls. And so 24/7 coverage is presumably not as necessary an objective. Okay. Okay. When we say explore local, sustain MIH with staffing levels that are, sustain suggests we're where we need to be. But seeking new funding suggests we need more, so which?
Well, it gets to what I was saying about the skill set is beyond what's funded in the Medic One levy, but the Medic One levy constricts it to what they currently do because it has to be linked back to 911 calls and reducing 911 calls. So, and we currently fund through, we had a couple years where we carried over money. We currently fund beyond what the Medic One levy gives to us, so our level of effort is higher than just what the Medic One levy would fund if the Medic One levy were ongoing. And so if we want to sustain the current levels, we need to add more. And if we wanted to expand what they could do beyond what they're doing for the Medic One levy, we would need to add more. Those are the two elements.
Okay, thank you.
Action 62, coordinate regular meetings to ensure system coordination with key stakeholders, including Lake Washington School District, King County Library System, Connections, Evergreen, Fairfax, and other partners. Action 63, explore activating partnerships with the private sector to address funding gaps in Eastside homelessness services. Action 64, advocate for KCRHA to expand data sharing software connecting service providers, shelters, and jurisdictions with real-time data on resource availability and client case management. Action 65, advocate for King County to implement a regional housing levy to increase funding for low-income housing in Kirkland.
Councilmember Sweet?
You know, this begins to feel like some kind of a summit, bringing together all of those partners and sort of engaging in that conversation about how we can all tackle this. Because this is a we problem, it's not necessarily just a Kirkland problem.
Wasn't that what KCRHA was supposed to do?
So, yeah.
City Manager?
I was going to say, yeah, these are where we start to get a little bit into the regional and sub-regional, but we didn't want to get too far in there. So we're trying to look at them with respect of how they would impact our local options, right? So this data would help us make decisions locally, again, without trying to repeat what they would do. But the levy funding in this and the one you're going to see coming up is where we actually start talking about the regional levies might provide direct pass-through local dollars, similar to what we see with the Medic One levy and the Park levy. So, which allows us to have complementary programs to those programs and not just have the money just go straight for regional programs.
Action 66, advocate for more pass-through dollars of King County Human Services levies. Encourage BSK, VSHSL, and MIDD to align their funding models similar to the Medic One and King County Parks levy. Action 67, explore and develop a referral process between the homeless outreach coordinator and residents exiting an institution, including but not limited to hospitals, behavioral health clinics, and jails.
Do you want to speak to that one just a little bit more, Jen, about how we envision that working, that last one?
So this is an area that we've flagged as a gap currently with one staffing member. So if we had the addition of the human services supervisor as well as the housing case manager, it would free up capacity to strengthen some of these relationships where we currently see gaps in service when folks are exiting an institution. So it's something that came up in our engagement with Evergreen, with Connections, as well as with jail staff. Recognizing that there's not kind of a warm handoff that really helps building rapport and trust with clients and helps us move them closer towards housing stability goals faster.
Okay, these are the last three actions that are proposed. Number 68, explore a workforce development partnership with Evergreen Health and LW Tech on workforce development programs that could provide assistance to the service profession network. For example, automotive tech programs assisting in vehicle repairs at safe parking programs.
Does Evergreen Health have a job training program? I'm just curious why they're included.
I believe this came up in community engagement with Evergreen, is interest in a workforce development program.
Actually, I think that was an item that LW Tech said that they had been working with Evergreen, but let me double check on that and follow up.
Thank you.
Okay, action 6.
Oh, Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before we move off of 68, and since we're talking about sort of these partnerships with some of our institutions, I don't know what programs are, we know, I think we have a sense of the programs at LW Tech. We know there's social work, we know there's auto tech, and we know probably how those would fit in. We also have Northwest University. I don't know if we've explored that as a potential additional partnership for job force creation. Is that the right, I don't know if that's the right term, but anyway, creating a pipeline of probably mostly younger professionals who are interested in doing the work. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Action 69, assess current human services grant funding levels across goal areas and determine prioritization based on the highest level of need across the continuum of care. Consider conducting a needs assessment to strategically align human services division work. And action 70, explore a levy to create sustainable local funding for human services and homelessness programs.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On item 70, it's probably implied, because we're talking about a levy, which almost inherently is we're talking about, in the state of Washington, we're talking about a voter-approved levy. That's what that would be, is
That's
we
the
would
intent.
explore
Right.
a voter-approved levy.
Right. Those words should be there. Explore a voter-approved levy. Yeah.
Okay,
Been doing that for a while.
thank you.
Are you suggesting that we put voter approved in the language?
I think it would clarify for everyone that's seeing that item.
Councilmember Pascal?
So on the levy, so my understanding today is King County has a human services levy, right, that's regional. And then the Regional Homelessness Authority has another funding source, right? And that's the sales tax? Is it this 0.1% sales?
They have a variety. I don't, some contributions.
Well, what does Kirkland pay?
I may know more
towards
about
do you
that.
know?
So King County receives that tax, the sales tax. KCRHA primarily receives their funding through HUD, and then they distribute it to local partners.
Okay. So Kirkland taxpayers pay the human services levy through the county, and then they pay the 0.1% sales tax that gets funneled to, that pays for that health through housing. Okay. I was curious if, other than City of Seattle, are there other cities in King County that have a human services and homelessness levy?
A few examples, so the sales tax that Kirkland taxpayers currently pay into for health through housing. So the city of Bellevue and city of Issaquah chose to retain those dollars locally. So Bellevue recently created the Office of Housing, and they administer grant funding both for capital projects and homeless programs annually using those dollars.
Right, so their residents are still paying the same tax that our residents are, it's going directly to the city, ours is going to the county. I was just curious if there's other cities that have another layer of tax in King County. And that would be something that it'd be interesting to get back. I don't know of any, I'm curious if there are any.
But I think to your point, one of the reasons we had the other first is we do think that some direct pass back from the regional levies would be the place to start, right? Before you'd look at a local levy, you'd prefer to get some of the money that the residents are already paying to come back to the city. So.
And so we chose to direct the sales tax to the county. Bellevue, like you said, created their own program for the city. There's no going back on that, right?
Councilmember Sweet?
I recall we asked that question
Yeah.
at the time. I'm just stepping back to 69 again. How does that work in coordination with the Human Services Commission process?
So currently, one of their main priorities is around homelessness and housing. So I think it would be more intentional and really looking at the different areas of investment with prevention, with outreach. We currently have set-asides for the homeless outreach coordinator, the human services coordinator. So it would be looking at the investments within both the dollars we administer to funding as well as what we retain to support city staff in some of our set-asides, so severe weather response. So it'd be looking more intentionally at those dollar amounts and seeing if there's any adjustments that we want the commission to consider when developing their priorities in 27, 28.
All right. Do you want to go back to your question slide? Yep.
So this concludes our first reading of the proposed actions. These questions are on the screen. And following the discussion, we either have a final slide with next steps or ongoing actions.
All right, council, anybody want to address some final thoughts? Councilmember Sweet?
You know, this was both inspiring and frustrating as hell to work on this weekend because the need is so great. And as I told the city manager in our meeting, you know, it's tough to have a meeting a couple weeks ago where we talked about $32 million for a swimming pool upgrade, and then to come into this meeting where I can't even count the millions. And it's not going to cure the problem. At the same time, we have to make choices. So I love the way that you guys laid this out. I like the way that you presented it in a way that really does make those priority new investments stand out in terms of the priority areas at the beginning of the presentation. And I hope there's more that we can do. It's such a frustrating thing to deal with when the money isn't growing as it's coming in. You know, talk about a levy, talk about whatever. But in fact, our belts are getting tighter. So beautiful work. I think it's an example that we could share with a lot of other cities. But a little bit frustrating simply in terms of being able to cross a certain level.
Councilmember Black?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Sweet, for your comments. I just want to jump in, just to pile on a little bit. This is an incredible body of work that's been done, and the way staff presented it is in such a wonderfully digestible form that I think is both digestible for us as council members, but also to the public we serve. So just accolades for just the decisions that were made about how to present this in a table format that really pulls out the most important information and really helps people understand the different actions. So thank you. And also I just wanted to say, you know, when was our first, when did we first have a study session talking about this homeless action plan? I don't know, it was probably over a year ago. But the amount of partnership that has since gone into this work, so kind of identified by staff as something that we in Kirkland needed to be proactive about. And I think as a proposal, it initially probably raised a lot of alarms. What does this mean? What does this mean for the community? But I really want to give credit to everyone involved in, including in the public engagement process, in the way that this really feels to me like a model partnership between community input and expert assessment and a staff, staff-initiated recognition that this is something that we needed to take a look at. And I like that although there was initial alarm, that through the public engagement process, I feel like a lot of questions have been answered. We've been able to surprise some folks with some of the work that we're already doing. That was noted during the public engagement process, and I really appreciate that. And I think in the end, I think we in the community, we're all now moving forward with this together. And although, yes, it's a huge body of work, it's also very inspiring. And I think the process in this case, I just wanted to highlight, I thought worked. It worked, and I feel really good about where we're at right now. So thank you, everyone who's been involved.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you all for this work. It was a sobering set of reading on the scope and complexity of the problem, and terribly frustrating at some of the things that you expect are working that are broken, that we don't have a solution for. 211 is like a prime example there. And I appreciate the format of this plan to say, here are the number of identifiable actions, and we have a great track record in Kirkland of setting out a strategic plan and checking things off and making progress against it over time. So I'm confident that with what you have in this draft, that we've got a number of actions here that we can actually get at this particular challenge. To your last bullet point, the one thing that I didn't see here, especially in the prevention standpoint, is things that we should be looking at from a policy standpoint as a city and perhaps as part of our legislative agenda. A lot of the prevention pieces were, how do we address people that are right on the brink of homelessness? And I was wondering, as we think about the problem, are there things further upstream that we should be looking at from a policy standpoint that might also tackle this problem? And so that's an area that would be worth having some analysis and thought into. When I haven't looked at the 2024 numbers. When I've looked at the previous point in time counts, they had some discrete categories of saying, here were the economic factors that led to homelessness. Here were changes in family situations and things like that. And there may be some items in there that we could tackle from a policy standpoint. Second point, and this was touched on during the discussion around outreach, is that many people noted they were not aware of Kirkland's plan to address homelessness and everything that we were doing. And that certainly matched with my conversations that we had during the two town halls. The conversations also blurred the lines between shelter, temporary housing, and permanent supportive housing on what the role of each of those were, what were the populations served for each of those, what we know about the population served. And as we look at putting this plan together, and going from draft to final, I think it is also an opportunity to continue that conversation and education, to have some background information in each category about the population served, what we know about clients at each stage, and how they move through the process. And we'll really address some of the misperceptions out there where permanent supportive housing is not a homeless hotel, it's homeless apartments. And that's a key difference between shelter at one end of the continuum of care and permanent supportive housing. And I think we have the opportunity to clear up some of that. So we'll look for opportunities to include more background as we're finalizing this plan. Finally, this is more of a city manager question, is I take the discussion that we've had during this meeting and some of the narrative in the memo about the support needed for the homeless outreach coordinator really is a red alert kind of situation. And I know this plan is looking at actions for the 2027-2028 budget, But when I read of all the concerns there, my thought was, okay, what can we do as part of the mid-biennial budget? How can we make some progress on those now? And you've outlined items 20, 56, and 57 as like some immediate needs. And one of the things that I'd like to see as part of the budget process is there a way that we could start to make progress on those immediately? Because I do not want to wait to 2027, because the role the homeless outreach coordinator plays is just critical. And if she needs support, I want to get her that support now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for emphasizing that. I think we all felt that when we were reading the report. Good comments all around, and I also want to congratulate you, acknowledge that this is very well done. And I want to acknowledge the partnerships that we've had with our community, the people that have come forward, the ones with lived experience, the experts, everyone that's made a difference and helped create this plan. It's a good roadmap. You'll notice that you are not hearing a lot of actions that you've masked or proposed actions, because it's very thorough and it's very well done. So thank you. A couple things that I agree with Deputy Mayor about the education piece, and in that, and you did highlight it in your intro slides, but we do have numbers as far as our countywide policy plans on what is that, 2,500 expected units of permanent supportive housing. And I was reading the housing inventory and analysis document this morning that also said there's 2,500 emergency housing beds that we need. I think it's important that we start putting some numbers to this, because what I'm afraid of is people are going to think we build one tiny home village with 30 homes and we're done, and the need is much greater. So the other thing that we didn't really talk about that was a catalyst for this was the asylee issue in South King County, and how cities had difficulty responding to that. So I would like to see something in here, you know, if we have an emergency influx of people that need housing, how will we respond to that, and who will our partners be? So I think that would be something to add. But again, I think you guys did a really good job, and not just the human services staff, but I know the CMO office has been at the forefront of a lot of this outreach and communication, so thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That did lead me to a question I have. So we have not, my understanding is we have not yet circulated this among our experts, providers, partners. And that's something, that's one, like, we didn't come up with a whole lot. I mean, it's so comprehensive. It feels like it's incredibly comprehensive. And we may have come up with maybe 4 or 5, ideas to add to it. But I do want to make sure the providers who provide direct service to the community agree with us. And frankly, they may see something in our list that, that's like, hey, that shouldn't be your highest priority. That's not going to make that big a difference in what we all do on the ground, providing service to people in need. But they also may identify a gap. So I just want to make sure that's part of the public outreach process too. I think it is, just want to emphasize it. What the experts have to say, I think in this particular case, is incredibly important.
Yes, Councilmember Black, our plan is to take all of this guidance and insight and go back to the community, to all of the groups that we've touched base with in phase 1, get that kind of iterative feedback, come back to you in the fall or in the winter.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet, did you have something else? Okay.
Segue to our final slides then.
I was going to say next steps.
Yeah.
Okay. As the Deputy City Manager mentioned, we will be sharing this draft plan with relevant boards and commissions, including but not limited to the Human Services Commission, Youth Council, Senior Council, neighborhood associations, and potentially impacted city departments, even outside of the Coordinated Response Team and the HEART team. We will go back to the stakeholders that we spoke to in phase 1 and continue to try and expand our web of outreach. We may engage with complementary audiences. And we are continuing to ask the question of who else should we speak to when we talk to folks, so hoping to continue to broaden that. And then consistent with the original fieldwork plan in R 5631, staff will host a town hall to collect feedback on the plan. Staff will also publish an online form for feedback collection and return to council with an updated plan in the fourth quarter.
Thank you. Council, anything else? Councilmember Black?
One little footnote on what I said a moment ago. I would be remiss if I didn't mention, I mean, I do envision our direct service provider partners being able to synthesize the experience that their clients are having. That's good and maybe great, but even better is if we can actually find a way also, and maybe this is already part of our existing outreach, ongoing outreach that we've done, but hearing from folks that have received services, youth and women and members of families and men in our community who received services, and hearing from them if there's anything else that we should be considering beyond the 70 actions. Thanks.
Anything else? All right, thank you, you three, for your presentation and how hard you worked on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your thoughts and feedback. Well done, team.
All right, that concludes our study session for the evening. We will be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting. You all are so quiet tonight. We are back in session following a draft homelessness continuum of care action plan discussion. For those of you who just joined us, Councilmember Falcone has been excused from the meeting. She may join us later this evening. We'll start tonight's meeting with honors and proclamations. City Manager.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, and the public. Very excited, our first item tonight. We're going to receive an award for our wonderful Totem Lake Connector Bridge. Here to introduce the topic and our special guest is our Public Works Director, Chuck Deaver.
Thank you, City Manager. Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council. Last month, we were informed that Kirkland's Totem Lake Connector Bridge project was selected as the Awards of Excellence winner in the Best City Project category by WashDOT Local Programs and the Federal Highway Administration. I'd like to introduce the city team members who contributed to the success of this project. We have here Ewan Yang, who's the project manager.
Stand up and wave.
Kim Carraza, our engineering and inspection support. We don't have here tonight Brian Baker, our CIP supervisor, and Steve Hoops, our CIP inspector. But we do also have here our brand-new Capital Division manager, and I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce you to him, Rob English. Thank you for joining us on your second day. And now I'd like to present, I would like to introduce our guests who will be presenting this award, Jay Dry, Director of the WashDOT Local Programs, and Mehrdad Moini.
Good evening. Thank you. Again, I'm Jay Dry. I'm the Director of Local Programs for the Washington State DOT. And typically with me when we're doing these presentations, usually the Federal Highway Administration, the division administrator, is able to join me. And I know they always really appreciate this opportunity to get out and recognize some of the good projects being done throughout the state. But you can probably imagine with some of the challenges going on at the federal level, Ralph Rizzo, our division administrator, was not able to join us this evening. So, Mayor, Council, appreciate you giving us some time on your agenda this evening. And if you're not aware, local programs is the side of DOT that helps to facilitate and allow for federal funding and state funding to be able to go out to our local partners throughout the state. So at any point in time, we have over 1,400 active projects across the state. And you can imagine that's everything from very small projects to very large projects. But all projects have a certain level of complexity, and it takes a significant team to be able to get them across the finish line. And certainly in a project of this magnitude, there's a big team behind the scenes that made this happen, along with even the policy members helping to support the delivery of that project as well. So for us, each year, we look at, in coordination with the Federal Highway Administration, of all the eligible projects to consider for, we do a Best City Award, a Best County Award, and a Director's Award, and then a Best Flexible Area Award. And we're here tonight to recognize the Best City Project, as it's already been mentioned. But that's a significant thing to recognize, that you know, out of all, there's typically over 300 projects that are eligible for consideration. So to rise up to the top for recognition is no small feat. So something for the community to be proud of. And certainly a project like this, very iconic feature in a very important area, a busy intersection that obviously just even to be able to navigate through there in a vehicle is a challenge, let alone the non-motorized users. So not only is it a beautiful piece of infrastructure and a landmark in the community, but definitely a much-needed safety improvement and a great connection for those non-motorized users as well. So with that, I'd like to recognize and present the poster that we recognize the awards for, and that's something that can be proudly displayed for your Public Works team as well, for the good work that they put into it, because obviously probably took a few years off of their lives, if I had to guess, knowing what it takes to deliver a project like this, and a lot of learning along the way, but something that they can be proud of for a lifetime. And also, the other thing that we provide is a nice plaque as well that can be displayed wherever it makes the most sense. So, and I know Julie probably had a hand in this project too, back just a little bit, wee bit, knowing her. So, with that, I'd like to congratulate you again, and thank you for a great project. And I'll give the microphone over to Murdad if he wants to say a couple words. And
couple quick things. Good evening, everyone. I'm Merdad Moini. I'm the local programs engineer here in Northwest Region, WashDOT, which for you folks not familiar, it's from Pierce County line north all the way to Canadian border. We have over 140 or so federal subrecipients, and Kirkland obviously has risen to the top here for this project. I have appreciated working closely with Kirkland and their staff and all the folks involved. This was no easy feast, especially, considering a lot of it was done during COVID and remotely, and getting all that done. That was pretty difficult, but it looks beautiful and it's very nice. And we continue working with Kirkland, and right now working with a bunch of projects, and continue support and partnership with city, and appreciate all the good things you've done and your staff has done. They're awesome, and we keep the lines of communication open all the time, and that's what's really helps to be successful in a project like this and others. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'd like to have an opportunity for a picture with the
A couple words in that you said our staff is awesome. They are awesome. So congratulations, team, and I just want to thank you both for this recognition and this honor. This Totem Lake Connector Bridge truly has become an iconic piece of the Kirkland landscape, so we're very proud. Thank you very much.
as you should be. Thank you.
Come on, council.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. Looks better without the wrong chair. Yeah. We know what we're supposed to do. We know what to do.
We're in position. Yeah. Julie, you gotta be in this too. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Really
Appreciate it.
Really appreciate it. Thanks so much. And it's beautiful by design.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. All right, we are now moving on to items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters that are not quasi-judicial or otherwise scheduled for a public hearing. We do have a public hearing this evening. This is item 6A, Resolution 5685, supporting King County Proposition 1 concerning parks, recreation trails, and open space levy. Comments related to that item must wait until the public hearing. On all other items, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We will provide up to 45 minutes total for our items from the audience, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject, regardless of their position. If you would like to address council during this items for the audience, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or the posted QR code in chambers. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items for the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not clap or applaud or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with a speaker. When that happens, even when being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive to our meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others. And we ask that you direct your comments to council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of content. As a reminder, state law does not allow items for the audience to be used for promoting, opposing, or discussing a candidate's campaign or ballot proposition. Kirkland prides itself on being a respectful, welcoming community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council chambers expressing their viewpoints. City Clerk, who do we have signed up to speak?
Our first three speakers are Rex Rempel, Kyle Sullivan, and Louita Hawkinson.
Welcome, Rex.
Good evening. I wanted to speak briefly this evening regarding the draft homelessness action plan that the city was presenting this evening for review. I want to thank our city's leadership for taking a proactive approach and a comprehensive approach as our smart and long-minded approaches. I appreciate this because housing instability and homelessness are real problems in my hometown here. And so I appreciate that this is a plan that takes clear aim at the well-being of vulnerable people and also our community at large. I think that the proposed plan is reasonable, sensible, cost-effective, balanced, humane, and so therefore it has my support and my appreciation. I would also echo the comments earlier of the Human Services Manager that, of course, the ultimate need is sufficient affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Sullivan? Welcome, Kyle.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking in favor of the middle housing amendments as proposed. I think this is a really great starting point, stepping off point to go into the greater changes that are planned to happen sometime next year. I want to circle back to why is it that the city did this middle housing? Why did the state then put its own regulations, and why it's important to me? Middle housing, it's about improving the amount of choice that we have in our neighborhoods, and by allowing these different types of housing, it means that we can make more smaller units, and that choice then, in theory, that makes home ownership more accessible to everyone. The fact of the matter is, you know, people growing up in Kirkland today or people who grew up in Kirkland recently, they can't live in the neighborhoods that they were raised in, that, like, it's just out of reach. And the reason why I spend so much time tracking the city's packets and all these things is because I think it's really important for someone in my age group to be able to say, yes, this is a thing that we need, because like it, you know, these meetings aren't accessible, and I'm fortunate to be able to spend the time and wrap my head around it. So that's why it's important to me, because, you know, I consider myself very lucky. I mean, I just started a new job at one of the, you know, best paid transit unions in the country, and me and my coworkers, we're not going to be Kirkland homeowners anytime soon. And of course, I'm not entitled to, you know, have the keys handed to me once I finish my college or whatever. But, you know, I look at the houses that are being built that aren't middle housing, and it's not even aspirational. I just look at it and think that's just not a thing that I'm going to have. So that's why I think this work is really important, and I encourage you to keep on doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Lolita.
Hi, I'm Louita Hawkinson. I live in the Norkirk neighborhood. And if I was buying my house today, I couldn't live there either. I couldn't live anywhere in Kirkland. So I really feel for the young people today. about. This is about history, Kirkland history. Mr. John Chadwick has been selected to be the 2025 4th of July Grand Marshal in recognition of his 5 decades of participation in Kirkland's Little League and other baseball programs. It always pleases me when people who have made a positive impact on the community are recognized while they are still here and can enjoy it. I think this is an ideal time to share that in 1951, Kirkland had the first Little League program in Washington State. This was thanks to town supporters and businesses that raised the $800 application fee. Then after it was raised, several dedicated fathers flew to West Williamsport, Pennsylvania to hand deliver the application and payment. Remember, 1951, air travel was rare. Williamsport is where Little League was founded in 1939 with a 3-team league, and they were slowly adding leagues across America. They finally got to the Pacific coast. Williamsport was so taken with Kirkland's enthusiasm that they immediately awarded Kirkland a 4-team league. They were the Pirates, the Tigers, the Dodgers, and the Red Sox. Many remember when Kirkland's 1982 team was world champions. In 2007, the team was Grand Marshal in our parade. In 2010, ESPN featured that 1982 Kirkland team during their 30 for 30 documentary series. It's now available on DVD. The banner stating Kirkland Baseball Town, USA can be seen many places. It has the year 1951 on it, recognizing the original 4 teams. There are several players from this original 1951 team still in the area. I think it would be a great opportunity for them to ride behind the Grand Marshal and be recognized. But that's up to the city organizers who organize the parade. Thank you.
Thank you, Loida. City Clerk, who do we have next?
Our next 3 speakers are Murray McKinney, Cindy Claypool, and Jake Drake.
Welcome, Murray.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Murray McKinney, and I live at 9611 116th Avenue Northeast, which is in the Highlands neighborhood. Been a resident of Kirkland since 1977. This last year, residents in the Highlands neighborhood received a letter from the Public Works Department. There was going to be a change in the water distribution system in the Highlands neighborhood. The neighborhood only had a feed from the south end, and this modification was going to bring in another point of service into that, so it created more of a loop system, increased fire flow, so on and so forth. And in the letter, it stated the plus sides, but also on the back side, it says, a part of this change, your home's water pressure will be reduced. The change in water pressure each parcel will receive varies depending on the elevation of the parcel. Higher elevations will receive a greater pressure reduction than lower parcels. Although this change will result in a difference in your water pressure is still within the normal range for residential water pressure. So I live near the top of the Highlands up there, and we saw a reduction in our water pressure from about 69 pounds down to 48 pounds. Some people are even less as you get up towards the top of the hill. So this actual change was supposed to occur in April of last year, but due to the delays in the 405 interchange project, which brought a new water line just north of 85th across underneath the freeway, the connection wasn't made until last summer. And there was another notice sent out after the connection was made, and we all of a sudden saw a reduction in pressure up there. And it's so bad now, some residents turn on a faucet, flush a toilet, water pressure drops. You go out and try to do irrigation in your yard, the fluctuation, the pressure changes. We've been working with the Public Works Department, Tom Christ in particular. We've had a series of meetings. I actually got a neighbor of mine who's a licensed civil engineer to do calculations, and I provided to the council a copy of a report he did, and he knew that this was going to happen based on what they did with the water pressure. So originally there was 2 zones in the Highlands neighborhood. You can see on the information I provided, and they combined it to 1 zone with 1 water pressure. And so what I'd like to do is encourage the city council to go back and put it back the way it was, which is the recommendation within this report, and it's not rocket science to put it back the way it was. But instead, the city is looking at going around and doing what I call a Band-Aid approach, where they're going to go through and meet, which they have met with individual homeowners. And the next step is to set up a mitigation process where they'd either provide a booster pump or actually have the residents replumb their house in order to improve their water pressure, which I don't think the city's got any business going on private property. You ought to end at the meter, and from there on, it's up to the customer. So why not fix the system out in the right of way rather than doing this Band-Aid thing and spend the money instead of doing this approach, which was anywhere from $7,000 to $15,000 per residence, put the money into fixing the system the way it ought to be. Plus, you've got more density coming up with more infill going on. So
I'm sorry, your
I'm out
time
of
is up.
town, but I'd welcome the opportunity to talk more with the Public Works Department. John's up to speed on this. We've had some meetings with the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Cindy Claypool. Welcome, Cindy.
Good evening. I'm here to say middle housing, yes, extreme zoning, no. Kirkland is required to adopt middle housing, but the current proposal goes further than what the state demands, adding new fees, reducing parking 18 months early, and applying changes citywide with no pause or neighborhood targeting, unlike in Bellevue, for example. The new charge for building a new single-family home, 2,000 square feet and up, double charges homeowners. They pay their fee, and they pick up the tax slack that developers are given via MFTEs. They'll be paying for the admission fee for themselves and the developers for years to come. Charging homeowners twice isn't fair, and it hasn't been made clear that the fee plus the MFTE charges them twice. This is going to discourage families from building homes in our area because that's who's going to want 2,000 square feet and more. There are also zoning changes in the works for 2026 that relate to the ones currently in process that haven't been mentioned. Please remove or delay all elements that exceed state law mandates and ensure future changes are made with full transparency and resident input. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Jake Drake. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jake Drake. I'm the Land Entitlement Manager for DGR Development, a local home builder specializing in single-family homes, cottages, and townhomes. Today, Chapter 112 of Kirkland Zoning Code, titled Affordable Housing Incentives, regulates medium and high-density zones, offering incentives such as dimensional standard flexibility, bonus density, and economic relief intended to encourage the construction of affordable housing. Tonight's Ordinance 4905 amends this chapter to require affordable housing within low-density residential zones. However, the amendment explicitly excludes these projects from taking advantage of incentives the medium and high-density project types benefit from. Most low-density projects within the city result in 4 homes or less, which is less than that to require construction of an affordable unit under Chapter 112. Instead, these projects will be required to pay a fee in lieu. In the June 3rd council meeting, staff suggested this fee would work out to approximately $22.56 per square foot. Using this value, DGR Development would expect to pay $72,192 in affordable housing fees for a 3,200 square foot home. This cost far exceeds the $45,000 that was pitched in recent council meetings under option 2. For context, a typical building permit for a home of this size would now cost approximately $125,000 versus the $52,000 we pay today. Though this policy does not seem ripe for adoption, we recognize that the city is likely to vote on the expanded affordable housing requirements tonight. We ask that council engage in further discussion on the following items. Can the threshold for this fee be raised from 2,000 square feet to 2,500 square feet? Allowing middle-income homes to be relieved of this penalty? Can square footage under this threshold be exempt from the fee calculation? For example, a 3,000 square foot house would only pay 500 square feet worth of fees. Can the fee be clearly defined, whether it be a fixed fee or on a square footage basis? And can this fee be included in the city's fee schedule to encourage transparency? Can existing homes to be demolished provide a credit towards new square footage to encourage redevelopment of underutilized property? Can the city consider exploring ways to keep these funds under the control of the city, allowing the community to directly benefit from the funds, similar to impact fees? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, City Clerk.
Our next three speakers are David Haynes, Bev Marcus, and Liz Hunt.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. David Haynes, Juanita Beach. Could you please take the restrictions off the housing needs for a robust build-out and incentivize the developers instead of disincentivizing them and having them pay in lieu of a fee that some unqualified nonprofit wants to pocket? Because the multitudes of younger generations need a better choice in housing. That said, why is Seattle allowed to dump their drug addicts into Kirkland while the King County Regional Homeless Authority isn't allowing or allocating enough money to allow Kirkland to deal with the overflow and the local homeless crisis that they should help, if not exclusively pay for, but with council creating better rules to enhance the positive outcomes? Because last night at 113th and 124th at the QFC bus stop, in front of the QFC in Totem Lake, there's this drug addict having a behavioral crisis who just came out of the narcotics issuing drug clinic that really just props up the local real estate and doesn't really solve these people's problems that are connected to downtown Seattle societal implosion. And I think sometimes the council here, who wants to be independent and act like they're going to do it themselves and dump it all on the faith-based community, needs to go back and lobby, whether it's King County Metro to purge some of their racist woke agenda that kind of shortchanges and rotates out 20-year-old buses between Bellevue and Redmond, or a stinky train that they think they can, anyway. But the King County Regional Homeless Authority is not being addressed and interconnected enough on the east side to say, hey, look, you all are causing this problem. You're going to solve it here. You're going to solve it elsewhere. But get this. Why can't you all go to the state level and the federal level when it comes to the resources that are available to alleviate the homeless crisis and the lack of shelter capacity? It's like a lot of these people, they need to be if they're causing a problem in the streets and they're connected to the drug addict underworld and they're court ordered to go to a drug clinic, they should still continue that that court ordered requirement to go to a low security authorized encampment, that the service providers could be on site, the community service officers could be on site to quell any problems. And it just doesn't seem fair that nobody really wants to go to the federal level and say, look, you guys have to bring back that American Rescue Plan money that was a $50 billion allocation that was never used proper, that once you all come up with some better policies to enhance King County Regional Homeless Authority, you could point to that money and say, look, you guys got to assist in alleviating the societal implosion, the public safety crisis, the homeless crisis, and the lack of proper real estate to choose from for multitudes of younger generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Bev Marcus? Welcome.
Thank you.
You could pull it down a little bit more. There you go.
City Council members, I'm Bev Marcus from Moss Bay. Just a short comment on the two proposed changes to the Middle Housing Code that you're considering tonight. First, I support the affordable housing fee in lieu contributions for larger single-family homes. I would prefer that the council adopt the lower exemption threshold of 2,000 square feet. And I definitely urge the council to close the McMansion loophole as soon as possible without delaying until the second phase of middle housing amendments. The cost burden for affordable housing needs to be spread over all housing in Kirkland as quickly as possible. Second, I support early implementation of SB 5184, reducing parking requirements to encourage more housing. This does not mandate parking cuts, but simply allows the market to determine need. Earlier adoption would provide a testing period as well. These changes focus on increasing the supply of middle housing. Kirkland has led in the past on making housing more plentiful, and more affordable, and needs to continue on that path. There is absolutely no time to waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Hunt. Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, good evening, council members and staff. I also will be speaking about the amendments to Middle Housing Code. Many of the changes are required by state law. I don't have any further comment on those items. I do have 4 comments on items that are not required by the state requirements. Number 1, I request that you do not increase the residential housing density to 6 or 8 units per lot by exempting the 2 ADUs. That's not required by state law, which is going to expand the density to 4 to 6 units per lot across the entire residential city. ADUs should count. They are not little 800 square foot units anymore. Kirkland allows 1,200 square foot ADUs. Many are 2 stories, multiple bedrooms. That's above the state requirement of 1,000 square feet. So that's number 1. Number 2, residential parking. Don't rush to adopt new lower minimum off-street parking requirements for middle housing. Kirkland's neighborhood streets are already getting stressed by an explosion of on-street parking. We should use the next year to assess how our streets are being affected by the current on-street parking pressures. I would really like to improve the options for car-free living. Absolutely. I've been putting more miles on my bike. But what do we do in the interim? The number 3 is about the new fee, which you've already heard a few comments on tonight about single-family homes. I won't repeat what's been said, but my feeling is, do you have enough information to approve this fee? It sounds like there are still some unknowns, significant unknowns around that. So would like that to be considered. My final comment is an overall comment that lot sizes are already shrinking dramatically around our city, and building mass in residential areas is increasing. So how are we doing at managing those impacts? We have ADUs that can be condoized, which is great. It gives more housing purchase opportunities. And then the new unit lot subdivisions will also create more small units, small lot sizes. So we already today have, let's say, an ADU, detached ADU on a 2,000 square foot lot in a 7,200 square foot zone. So the zones are starting to mean less and less, and we're getting a lot more smaller lots going on. That in itself is not a big deal, but when you add it to everything else that's happening to increase building mass, we're seeing impact on tree loss, open space, street safety, et cetera. So please consider this holistically. Thank you very much.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Our next 3 speakers are Jim Breaker, Shashmita Shrikant, and Alex Zimmerman.
Jim Brager. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, who was the next name?
Our next speaker is Sashmita Shrikant, and they are virtual.
Okay. Shashmita? Shashmita? Hi.
Yes. Hi. I'm Sushmita Shrikant. I'm a Finhill resident. Margaret Thatcher once said, the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. And today, Kirkland's latest housing policies prove her point. I've been a Finhill resident for 16 years, a neighbor, an advocate, and a longtime community member. After selling a previous smaller home, my family is currently renting, looking for our next forever home in Kirkland. But this new tax proposal makes us and many others hesitant. Families like mine, hoping to build a future here, are about to face double taxation, paying more while developers of apartment complexes receive MFT breaks. And it's not just housing costs. Kirkland's planning decisions based on traffic studies conducted during the COVID-19 and 2022 have severely cut public transit options, leaving residents with fewer alternatives to commute affordably. I used to rely on public transport, but now the services are nearly gone. Meanwhile, traffic congestion in Juanita has worsened, making my daily commute to Redmond even longer. Yet, despite these rising costs and shrinking transit options, Kirkland is pushing aggressive amendments that go beyond state requirements without fully studying the consequences. A new tax on homes over 2,000 square feet, not required by law, will discourage family housing and drive homeownership costs even higher. Parking minimum reductions 18 months ahead of state deadline could clog residential streets with no clear mitigation plan. Allowing 2 ADUs per lot raises density beyond HB 1110, forcing abrupt changes without neighborhood-specific targeting. And here's the most concerning part. These zoning changes are just phase one, with a second round already planned for 2026, yet completely absent from today's discussion. We all support responsible housing growth, but why are we penalizing families trying to build homes while rewarding large-scale developers? Kirkland must meet state requirements, but no more until we understand the impact. Let's push for a measured approach, one that ensures stability for families, not just profit for developers. Because if we don't, Kirkland won't just run out of money, it will run out of families. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we have Alex Zimmerman.
Yep. Sie Heil, my dirty damn Nazi Gestapo fascist peggy mag bandita. My name is Alex Zimmerman. I live here for 40 years. I Trump supporter from beginning. I have 5,000 days of trespass, 5,000 times I speak in council chamber. I have 6,000 days of trespass. Bellevue prosecute me 5 times. Yeah, for pleasure. Guys, you make me totally sick, and I explain to you what's happened. For the last few weeks, we're talking about police and ISIS, and I try to understand why it's going on. Huh? Social security, why, for example, is a penny. You cannot ever afford a 1-bedroom or studio. It's not alone, it's all for senior citizens. So 20 million not legal immigrant, for my understanding, suck I don't know, $1 billion, $1 trillion from us. Why? I come to America legally, fighting with KGB for 15 years before I come to America. Yes, I'm doing this job. Yeah, every day. I'm fighting for people every day. So right now I give you example, what is we talking about ICE and police. So for the last few years, Seattle take out all black community, out. Not with police, not with ICE. They treat him like a not legal immigrant, and they all gone out from Seattle. I don't talking about this ICE. Mercer Island, Bellevue, Nazi Peak, Redmond, Kirkland, Issaquah, what is, don't have black community, totally. For 40 years, I never see this. Yeah. Guys, my question to you very simple, and I talking here 100 times for last 20 probably year. People who comes and talking about 1 tree. Nobody talking about forest. It's a problem what is we have. Before we don't clean us chamber from Democrat mafia, what is control us totally, you know what it means, and make us life miserable, nothing will be changed. And remember, a couple of weeks ago come statistic. So we from number 1 come to number 10. We fallen 10 floor down. So in countries, this number 1 fascist county in America is not my opinion. It's a tactical opinion, strategical opinion. So I speak right now again and again to this freaking idiota who don't understand. Before we have same government controlling by them Nazi Gestapo fascist pig who can do in with us everything what they want. Nothing will be changed. No need be idiot for understand this. Viva Trump, viva new American Revolution. You need stop and thinking. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is that our last speaker?
That is our last speaker signed up.
Thank you, everyone. We are now moving on to public hearings. We will be discussing Resolution 5685, supporting King County Proposition Number 1 concerning parks, recreation trails, and open space levies. City Manager.
All right. So thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. We're here to discuss Resolution 5685. Our process is to have a presentation followed by a public hearing. As you'll see in some of the slides, the public hearing requires that we provide equal time to all points of view on the ballot measure. So I'm here to walk you through, introduce our special guest is our Deputy Parks Director, John Lloyd, and then we've been welcoming King County Parks Director, Warren Jimenez, who's going to give the presentation. So, John.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager Triplett. Good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and City Council members. I'm happy to join you this evening to welcome and introduce you to King County Parks Director Warren Jimenez, who will be speaking about the upcoming ballot measure on the August ballot. Director Jimenez will provide an overview of what's included in the upcoming parks, recreation, trails, and open space levy. So without that, I'll pass it over to him.
Thank you, John.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. Really appreciate the chance to share information about the King County Parks Replacement Levy. I have a few slides to work through for you tonight, so I'll do that at hopefully an efficient pace to also allow for questions and answers. Yeah, go ahead. All right, great, thank you. Should I cue the next slide or should I go ahead and hit enter to go to that? Okay, got it, great, thanks, appreciate that. The levy renewal, so this is a levy renewal proposal that was officially put on the August 5th ballot. And it was designed to do a few things here. And I'll get into more detail as we work through the presentation. Really was designed to maintain a system across the county, enhance through improvements like access to fields, access to aquatic programming and facilities, and growing and connecting a regional system. And this slide talks in more specificity about what the levy renewal rate is, the intended investments, at the pie chart here, which has a lot of details here, and talks about costs per homeowner. And I'll just quickly touch on this slide, knowing that the upcoming slides gets in more detail in each of these areas. But the levy renewal rate that's on the ballot is 23.29 cents for every 1,000 assessed value. For the medium home value, which is $844,000 in King County, it is about $16.38 per household per month. If you were to compare that with the current levy rate, which runs through the end of this year, it is $2.50 more than the current levy rate, or about 8 cents more. And I mentioned in the previous slide kind of the intended purposes of it. And you can see on the pie chart, you see that for the maintaining the system, so keeping the system clean, safe, and open, about a third would go towards investing towards operation and maintenance of the regional system. About 47% would go towards increasing access. So think of things like the pass-through funding that I know Kirkland has received. Think of the grant programs that came with this levy that would continue on into the next levy. Think of regional facilities like the zoo and the aquarium. Those are all examples to the increased access part of it. And then growing and connecting the system in a couple of ways, improving and connecting and expanding the regional trail system. as well as climate resiliency and stewardship of the system. So in order to talk a little bit more specificity about some of those investment areas, I'm going to speak to what's in the legislation called an allocation plan, which talks some more specificity about investment line items in the plan. And these are the topic areas if you were to look at the allocation plan. And I'll share at the end where one can find more information on our website to go into more detail in these areas. The first one is aquatic facilities. $68 million would go towards a couple of purposes. The first one is major maintenance needs and energy efficiency upgrades at the Weyerhaeuser King County Aquatic Center, as well as proposed funding to continue a grant program that was actually started with this current levy for aquatic facilities. So for capital needs with new and existing aquatic facilities, that grant program would continue on, as well as $15 million for specific projects. And one of those projects includes Kirkland, which is a $2.5 million direct allocation, as well as a few other specific project allocations that you see here on this slide. $68 million will go towards ball fields and sports courts to be able to get at one of the areas that I talked about previously about increasing access to things like fields where we're seeing a real demand across the system, across the cities, across local jurisdictions. So investing in new ball fields and sports courts, doing some grass to synthetic turf conversions, as well as rehabilitation of some turf field replacements and some synthetic turf replacements, and then a new grant program for these specific purposes to design and build and program new and enhanced public recreation facilities on this issue. So this would be a grant program that would be a competitive process that Kirkland and others could apply for. For grants and community partnerships, a few things to talk about here. It would be continued investment of $12.5 million actually, for a community partnerships grant program, which works with partners to be able to design and program and enhance public recreational facilities in county and city-owned facilities. Healthy Community Parks Fund, which is a grant program. In the current levy, it's called a Targeted Equity Grant Program. $20 million would go towards those purposes. And what's not noted here on this slide is $10 million as well would be eligible for cities like Kirkland for that fund. And then Youth and Amateur Sports Grant Program to support increased access to sports and play and outdoor recreation. And then I'll touch on the municipal parks, capital open space pass-through in a moment, but just want to note that other regional facilities would also receive funding. So Woodland Park Zoo, Seattle Aquarium are existing funding levy recipients of levy dollars that would continue in the next levy if approved by the voters, as well as Seattle Waterfront Park, Pacific Science Center, and the Memorial Stadium project. So going back up to the $25 million of pass-through, this is new funding that would be directed to cities and towns. And I'm going to go to the next slide here and talk about the pass-through funding. So in total, it's $144 million of pass-through that includes the $25 million that I referenced, which is based on a formula based on population and equity criteria, as well as $119 million pass-through to cities, towns, and parks districts. If you were to compare the pass-through of the current levy to what would be in the next levy, it's about a doubling of those pass-through dollars. The $119 million is based on population assessed value, which is similar to how the current formula works. So if I remember the detail correctly related to Kirkland, between these two allocations, it would be approximately $6.4 million of pass-through over the life of the levy, which would run through 2031. The levy would also fund King County operations and maintenance, so talking about keeping the system clean, safe, and open. and accessible to a system that what we've seen, I think it feels like every park district has experienced the demand, especially during the COVID period of time. So taking care of 185 miles of regional trails, hundreds of parks, backcountry trails, access to open space. This would go towards taking care of those regional facilities, as well as for specific purposes around land use stewardship, continuing expansion of the Youth Conservation Corps program, as well as starting a tribal and indigenous and historic interpretation program. For climate resiliency and conservation stewardship, $175 million would go towards open space acquisition and conservations, which $90 million which is matched by Conservation's Futures Tax, which I believe Kirkland has utilized that funding in the past, as well as $25 million towards things like forward stewardship, street tree planning, stormwater investment, and a new council manic grant program of $5 million for climate resiliency, as well as investing in the fish passage program, so continuation of taking care of those fish passage barriers, and then continuing environmental stewardship around natural resources and site planning and remediation work, and taking care of maintenance facilities. And $182 million would go towards regional trails and other public trails systems. So from trails on a regional system from East Trail, continuing to make that important connection, running north and south, and eventually getting down to Renton and going up to Snohomish County, investing in interurban trail, Kent Regional Trail Connection, Snoqualmie Valley Trail, Sioux Creek Trail is just examples, as well as Kirkland Green Loop. So $10 million would be investing towards continuing to further that work. And then in terms of increasing access, a new park development, investing into projects like Dogs Off Leash, which I think we've seen sort of demands for, as well as new park developments, investing in Skyway Community Center, as well as other specific projects around skate parks, acquisitions, waterfront access that are specific city park allocations. And then continuing to take care of the system that we have and the assets that we have, so investing in things like ADA access, doing a regional trail rehabilitation, sort of taking care of it, making sure it's paved, make sure it's safe, investments in Marymore and Sunset Park, as well as keeping up with things like playground rehabilitation, water access, and backcountry trails. So as I mentioned before, August 5th, this levy would be in front of the voters. And I mentioned earlier in the presentation about one could go and find more information. You can go to kingcounty.gov/parks levy, where we have a few things listed on there. We have a fact sheet that talks about the levy. We also have the legislation that was approved by council and through that process, as well as other information. So I'm happy to take informational questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah. Council, any questions? They've already had it memorized. So. All right, then, Councilmember Tim Chisholm, and then Councilmember Black. Let's let Councilmember Black go first.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Tinchisson, but before we enter in discussion, I have a disclosure to make. So I consulted with the city attorney earlier regarding a potential conflict of interest. Pacific Science Center is receiving $6 million over 6 years in the proposed levy, and I am on the board of directors of the Pacific Science Center. Although what's required is notice to my colleagues and to the public. to avoid even the appearance of a potential conflict of interest, and just given the unique nature of this matter involving an agency other than the city of Kirkland, I'm going to recuse myself from all the both discussion and any decision-making on the ballot measure. I am an unpaid volunteer as a board member. I don't receive any remuneration from the Pacific Science Center, but again, just out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself from the discussion and any action. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Black. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, thank you.
Thank you. Two questions. One, do we have the internal capacity, presently to apply for these grants?
We do, yes.
Okay. And secondly, it says that money is going to be allocated based on population and equity. Is that right? Or?
Yeah, that is correct. There is a formula which I'd be happy to follow up and share more detail about how those are factored into that. The pass-through formula has historically been based on a population and assessed value formula. The current formula, the pass-through, is 60-40 split, so 60 population base as well as 40% assessed value.
Okay.
So that's how the formula is applied to the pass-through.
Assessed value of homes?
Correct.
And is that going to dramatically disadvantage Kirkland if we have high assessed values?
So I'd be happy to share information about the pass-through specificity and the numbers. So the formula that I referenced relates to the $119 million that was part of the 145, and then the $25 million is the combination of assessed value as well as equity considerations.
Okay, well, this is my indirect way of asking if when we apply for these grants, are we competitive, I guess. Does that make sense? Yeah? No?
For the grant, I'll just share for the grant programs. Each one of those grant programs has grant criteria. So it kind of depends on the program that you're pursuing. So I'll give you an example. The Healthy Communities Grant Program has factored in grant criteria that speaks to equity, speaks to access. The Aquatic Facilities Grant Programs has different sort of criteria to apply. So it kind of depends on the program that you would be pursuing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions? All right. Thank you for your presentation.
Yep.
Okay, then John, do you have more?
Nope.
Okay.
Just going to move it on to this.
Okay, so I am now going to open the public hearing. This public hearing is to receive public comment on Resolution 5685, supporting the King County Proposition Number 1, concerning parks, recreation trails, and open space levy. I'm going to provide an approximately equal opportunity for expression of opposing views. We will start with 3 minutes each. We are required to balance the pro and the con speakers, so if I need to add more time, I will. We are going to do a coin toss to see who's going to go first, opposition or support, who will speak first. So, City Clerk.
We currently only have one speaker signed up to speak for the public hearing.
All right, then, and that would be?
Alex Zimmerman.
Mr. Zimmerman, go ahead. Nope, I give you 3 minutes.
Say hi, my stupid Nazi Gestapo pig. My name is Alex Zimmerman. I go to King Country Council meeting every day for many years. It's a pure freaking bandita in idiota. Park. Number one, I have 3-point delivery. Key to this taxes is a climate. This idiot who's thinking us climate very bad right now need be better. It's number one. It's political, 100%. Point number two. When you go to park, dog can piss in every tree. Human cannot do this. It's totally make me sick. We all equal right now.
Point of order.
Is
The speaker's comments are not relevant to the public hearing.
No, it's current to park. It's exactly what is we talking about park. So people cannot piss, and I totally confused about
Would you
this. Why?
please speak to the park levy?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly about peak. It's number two. In number three, it's idiotic by definition because I talking about park for many years. We need money for poor people, for disabled people, for people in street. We don't have this. We don't need park. And I explain to you another point what is absolutely critical. For example, Bellevue GDP, $140 billion. So my question to you, Council, you know what it means? For stopping taxes for housing, you know what it means? Why you or one from you don't ask Mayor Robinson, who a pure Nazi pig, you know
Would
what
you
it means?
speak to the park levy?
Exactly. So that's exactly what as I speak to you. $140 billion GDP only Bellevue. In country, GDP probably 10 times more, or maybe 5. Who care about this? So why you don't go, you don't ask GDP, you know what it means? This corporation pig who make a ton of money, give $1 billion and fixes this problem. It's exactly about levy. So I don't understand why you want taxes people what is not guilty when $140 billion only in Bellevue, you know what it means? And maybe somebody from you come to Bellevue Mayor and talk and please give us $1 billion from $140 billion. And we will fix it all problem with parks. So money, what is supposed to be delivery from taxes, from people, you know what it means, will be go something for different reason, for the people, no for the tree. It's because these trees, they can stay for 1,000 years. I see around 1,000 and 1,000 trees who stay for 1,000 years. Nothing happened. Everybody happy. Viva Trump, viva New American Revolution. You know what it means. It's exactly what is we need. We need stop an idiot who represent them
You are
Nazi pig.
excused.
No, 1 second. You were wrong. Bye-bye.
All right. Do we have anybody else?
There are no more speakers signed up for the public hearing.
Okay, public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion regarding Resolution 5685? Councilmember Tim Chizen?
I will move to approve Resolution 5685 as drafted.
Second.
Yeah, it was been moved by Councilmember Tim Chizen, second by Councilmember Sweet to move Resolution 5685 as drafted. Is there any discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Warren, for being here today. I represent Kirkland on the Sound Cities Association that's on the King County Regional Policy Committee. And that committee went through several iterations to refine the proposal that you see today. It includes, compared to the original county executive's proposal, includes an increase in the pass-through that goes to city, reduce the overall size of the levy, and preserves direct allocations that come to Kirkland. There was a lot of work, several iterations, several meetings to get there. To Councilmember Tim Chizen's question, the pass-through formula itself was set by the Sound Cities Association to ensure equitable distribution among all the East Side cities. Specifically, Kirkland, Sammamish, Bellevue, and other high assessed value cities, we wanted to make sure that we were not disadvantaged on this. So that was something that happened. The memo in the packet has the details, but we get $6.4 million of pass-through money through this. It also includes direct allocations, $10 million for the Green Loop Trail, $2.5 million for aquatics facilities in Kirkland, and related $65 million for East Trail. This represents a significant benefit for the city and for the region, and for the overall cost that cost the median homeowner in King County an extra $20 a year, a wise investment in our future. So I am in support of this levy and having Kirkland support it as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Tim Chizen?
Well, I'm excited about some of these grant programs, especially as they relate to ball fields in Kirkland and I know we have a lot of internal expertise on that issue, and I'm in favor of this.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this based upon, everything that the deputy mayor said. But the one thing I'd add is that this keeps the gates open to Big Fin Hill Park. And that's a regional park here in the city, and it's important to our community, and it funds the continued maintenance and operations of those regional parks.
Thank you. I also will be supporting this motion as has been outlined, and as we know, in times of economic uncertainty, parks are frequently the first thing underfunded, and parks are in high demand in our community, and this measure does make sure that we can move forward in our park system, and will benefit immensely from this levy. So, question is on the motion to approve Resolution 5685. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, and thank you, Warren. All right.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can I have my abstention noted for the
Yes.
minutes? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on our agenda is a special presentation with an update on the Connections Kirkland Crisis Response Center. City Manager.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're switching presentations. We'll say many of us were fortunate to be at the grand opening of the Connections Kirkland Crisis Response Center last August. It's now been in operation in Kirkland for nearly a year. Council's asked if they could come and provide us an update on how things are going. So we have three special guests tonight. First is our Connections Health Solutions West President Joel Conger, Connections Health Solutions Regional Senior Vice President Celeste Lippy, and the Washington State Medical Director Dr. Kyle Jasper are here to make the presentation. So
Thank you.
welcome.
Welcome.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor and esteemed City Council folks. I'm really excited to be able to provide a little update with you guys on how things are going at the Connections Crisis Center. And hopefully we'll be able to, there are some additional questions that were passed along that we'll be able to respond to, but just to start things off, one of the most exciting things that's happened since the last time we presented here is we were actually awarded the Launch Ready Crisis Center, and I always forget what the CCC stands for. But with that award, some really cool things have happened. In addition to the 4 lines of business that we're providing now, which is that walk-in urgent care, the 23-hour observation, the crisis stabilization, the ENT unit, and then the post-acute follow-up, we will be adding a youth behavioral health urgent care center, which we're excited about. And there's going to be a lot that's going to go into that, but then we're also going to be adding withdrawal management services to our crisis stabilization unit. So we're really excited that King County saw the value in the work we do, and we're looking forward to really making a difference in the communities. So one of the first questions that was posed is where are folks coming from? And, we've seen a fairly consistent pattern in terms of where we've served just a little over 2,000 unique individuals since we opened on August 10th of 2024. We continue to see the biggest majority of folks, how they're getting to us. They're coming in, they're walking in, they're being referred by family, doing the self-referral, and then kind of on the next highest volume we're seeing is those folks who are being brought in by EMS services. And then the third highest, which is something that we're really excited about, that it continues to increase and expand, is law enforcement actually bringing folks into us directly. So, then there's certainly opportunities to, as we're continuing to work with the local community crisis mobile teams, to establish that partnership so that they have an option for people who need a little additional intervention and care. But it's all things are trending very well, and just want to recognize, I believe Lieutenant Mann is is back there from Kirkland PD, and I cannot say enough about the partnership with Kirkland PD. They have no problem calling us on our warts, because not everything goes perfect all the time, but they have been incredible partners. So just want to really recognize that. So in terms of, surrounding cities, obviously we're seeing the largest number of folks are coming from Kirkland and those nearby cities. But I think it's safe to say that we are, we've had folks come to us from Oregon. Someone came from, I think we might have had 2 people from Alaska who have visited us. The reach is wide and far, and I think that's a very good omen for the additional crisis care centers that are going to be opening up to continue to provide that level of access to care. As it relates to some of our outcomes, like I said, we've served just over 2,000 unique individuals. Now, what does that look like in terms of total episodes of care that we've provided? So, for example, if someone comes to us in our urgent care and then we realize that, you need a little bit additional service, so you'll go to the OBS unit, and then sometimes if we're not able to stabilize in the OBS unit, then we can, move folks along to our crisis stabilization unit. So in terms of unique episodes of care, we've provided right around 4,500. So again, just to kind of paint the picture of the volume of the work that we're doing. Since we've opened, 969 first responder drop-offs. I've got a slide here in a second that will kind of break that out. A majority of the first responder drop-offs are EMS, like we talked about in that first slide. We're doing our darndest to keep that transfer from custody to care at about 7 minutes. Again, a much more efficient, appropriate intervention for folks instead of law enforcement having to take people to the emergency rooms or even worse, book people into jail. But just because they're having a bad day and experiencing some behavioral health challenges. In terms of outcomes, and you guys feel free to jump in. In terms of outcomes, what we're seeing is about 70% of the people that we're treating, we're able to when we talk about community disposition, we're able to return those folks to their community, to their homes, to where they reside. And this is a very, very different experience and outcome for those people who might have ended up in an emergency room and then they get referred to a higher level of care, like a level 1 behavioral health hospital stay, which typically is significantly longer in duration than the work that we're able to achieve. For example, in our crisis stabilization unit, our average length of stay is running right about 5 days. That's all due to Dr. Jasper and the amazing work that he does and how he trains and oversees the providers. Our average length of stay for folks who are hitting our 23-hour unit is about 17 hours. So again, for folks who aren't living, sleeping, and eating and breathing us like we all are, that tells a really interesting story because it's a 23-hour, 59-minute unit. But if that level or that average length of stay is about 17 hours, what that does is it really paints the picture of the churn that's happening every day. So we're, the number of folks that we're admitting and the number of folks that we're discharging, it really paints a picture of the volume of the work that we're doing. Clearly, our crisis stabilization units and our ENT units, we're consistently at 75% capacity. Our ENT unit, it's not uncommon for that to be 100% full. And one of the biggest opportunities we still have is around the utilization of that observation unit and really trying to continue to educate our community partners, our first responder partners on how effective and efficient that service is in bringing folks to us. And we believe strongly that it is incredibly more appropriate than taking folks with behavioral health challenges to an emergency room. And I believe emergency rooms would agree with this because there's consensus. That's not the right place for folks to be treated. In terms of the payer mix, we're seeing probably right around 45% of the people who are coming to us are on Medicaid. About 22% have some sort of commercial insurance. And then right about 19% of the people we're seeing right now are uninsured. And then we've got this other category that's making me a little bonkers because we need to figure out a better way to collect our data. But sometimes when people are in that level of crisis, it's just really hard to discern, what, if any, insurance do they have. So a lot of numbers thrown at you, a lot of stuff. Any questions before I jump into kind of the law enforcement opportunity?
Thank you for being here. Council, any questions? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first of all, Joel and everyone, thank you so much for coming tonight and presenting and giving us an update. I don't want to spend a lot of time belaboring the point, but there's several folks on our council that, along with me, that worked for years on laying the groundwork for the community-based behavioral health that Connections represents an important component of. A lot of it stemmed from our regional crisis response agency, but it was also partnering with Connections, and so I really appreciate it. So I can't say enough how much we appreciate having you in the community, helping our neighbors, helping our first responders, and just making our community better. I do have a couple questions, though, which I'm guessing you're going to find critical, and so I do. But I want to give you a chance to address them. Okay. The 23-hour unit, which I saw, here on the slide, that's the CSU. What does CSU stand for?
No, those are two different units.
Okay, good.
So
Thank you. I'm glad I asked.
The crisis stabilization unit is a 16-bed, little bit longer-term care intervention that is, it's bed-based. Our observation unit is currently a 32 therapeutic recliner model where that we're able to provide really intensive observation and monitoring for folks to see if they're coming in and now I'm really talking clinical.
Yeah. Can you?
Just to kind of talk about that.
I think I'm.
Should I move to my question? Because I think it might frame it up better.
Okay.
So are either of those units voluntary? Are they 100% voluntary, 100% involuntary, or some mix?
So I'll answer it in two different ways. So our 23-hour observation unit, which is intended to serve as an alternative disposition to the emergency room or jail, can serve both voluntary and involuntary patients. Within that category of involuntary patients, there's kind of two different categories that we can serve. Patients that are brought to us via emergency medical services or law enforcement can be detained in the field on an involuntary transport hold, and through that involuntary transport hold, they are brought to us on an involuntary legal status with the purpose of giving us enough time to assess the patient to determine, do they need to be involuntarily detained under the Washington Involuntary Treatment Act. Once they're detained under the Involuntary Treatment Act, they can remain in our observation unit while we try to locate an ENT bed. So we're fortunate enough to have our own ENT unit, which is a 100% involuntary unit. Occasionally that unit does get full, as Joel had mentioned, at which point we'd have to find another ENT bed in the community. Okay. Our CSU unit is 100% voluntary.
Okay. And so the CSU unit, the 5-day length of stay, that's the CSU unit?
Correct.
Okay, well, I think my curiosity is about involuntary stays and the median length of involuntary stays. And this is the part I know you guys are probably going to pick up on as potentially critical, but really I just want to give you an opportunity to talk about it. Is there are you seeing a difference in the length of involuntary stays between Medicaid covered individuals and commercial insurance-covered individuals? No. None at all? That, if that's true, that's great news.
Joel, we can't hear you, so you need to.
Sorry, and keep me honest here, but in the involuntary process, a lot of that is driven by the legal system.
Yeah, a lot of that is the length of stay on the involuntary process is driven by the legal process. So how many times, if they're going on an extension, or how many times that could happen in the 14 and the 90-day part of the process. So really, that's driven more by whatever the legal process is and where they're going through that process. Doesn't pay.
And it also is a reflection, too, of how sick some people are versus other patients. And the other thing I'll mention that Celeste sort of alluded to is that, and I think we've all been sort of surprised in Washington, is how many continuances prosecutors and defense attorneys can ask for, which can dramatically increase the length of stay on that involuntary treatment unit.
But the important thing that I'm learning, and I appreciate you guys going through this with me, hopefully you just see this as me doing my due diligence as a community leader, and a partner with connections. What I'm hearing from you, though, the distinction may be the acuity of the case. The length of stay may be affected by the legal system, but you're not seeing a distinction between the nature of the insurance coverage. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Joel, Celeste, and Dr. Jasper for being here. Really appreciate the update because it shows exactly what we were hoping would happen, where being designated one of the first county crisis care center, you are predominantly serving people on the east side in our city and surrounding cities. You're providing the quick turnaround for law enforcement to be able to get somebody that help they need, but also clear the case and be out in the field. And you're providing a resource for urgent care for self and family, and it's great to see the percentage of people that are taking advantage of that. You mentioned you're going to talk more about police. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing to promote this resource for people that can self-check in, or as a resource for families to say, hey, because I suspect this is, for all the excitement we've had and for as much as we've talked about this in Kirkland, it's not a resource people know about as much as we would hope.
Yeah, and we're doing a number of different kind of targeted initiatives to make sure that that the community knows about it. And one of the awesome things about being awarded that Launch Ready award is that King County and their communications department is now really stepping up, and so we're starting to do things that never in a million years did I think that I might be doing a radio ad, but apparently that's an opportunity that we were exploring. But ads on public transportation, bus stops, all the stuff that will continue to get that message out. But in addition to that, we're most recently, probably about 4 months ago, we launched a social media outreach to just share about the urgent care, the walk-in urgent care. And as someone who will never even pretend that I'm tech savvy, I had no idea how much data and how much understanding you can understand or you can learn by creating these ads on Instagram, by creating ads on Facebook, and then how much data you learn. And all of a sudden you understand that your reach is so much bigger than I ever imagined. But it's it's a culmination of that, and then we're also doing kind of some of the grassroots approach. We've got a community advisory council that right now it's only meeting twice a year, but again, these are representatives of our surrounding community who are coming in, and they're learning more about us, and we're sharing who we are and what we do. So it is it is a massive endeavor, and we're trying to figure out the best we can. But again, where a lot of our early wins have been with us really developing, and when I say us, it's these two guys, developing relationships with surrounding hospitals, with law enforcement, with first responders, fire chiefs, all of the different things that, you know, really we believe have the right tentacles to get out and let folks know that we're here. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I have one. It looks like it's 47% on Medicaid, and I'm sure you're watching the potential cuts to Medicaid very closely. If the cuts happen, how do you expect that to impact your population?
Not good. Yeah, you know, that uninsured population that we're serving, which is, you know, those funds are so incredibly precious and limited. It's really going to be a challenge to figure out how we're going to be able to continue to provide the level of care that we're doing. And it is something that we're watching closely. We're lobbying incredibly hard in DC. I got to spend some quality time in Olympia and met with some legislators there. Again, underscoring the importance of the service we provide. And I hate to, you know, use the return on investment, but the reality is the work that we do. Not only is it the best thing for the patient, it's much more cost effective than the other alternatives. So, but it's scary. It's, every day you wake up and you're just like, what's next?
Thank you. You had more to your presentation?
Yeah, and just real quick, you know, there were questions around law enforcement and how they're accessing the Kirkland Center and how they're bringing folks to us directly. You know, and I'm going to start kind of waxing like I've spent a lot of time in Washington. I'm going on about a year, so I've got a lot to learn. But these two, they definitely are a lot closer to it. But historically, you know, my understanding is if law enforcement, they're out in the community and they come into contact with someone who's having a little bit of a bad day and they're acting differently, the process now involves, you know, them engaging the person. I don't know that you could say detaining, but then they'll call EMS, and then EMS will come out and you know, transport that person. And then that's where things get kind of challenging, because as much as we would like to say everyone with a behavioral health challenge, everyone with a substance use challenge who you come into contact with, please bring them to Connections. That's, you know, that part of the equation really hasn't been defined yet, because, you know, once that handoff happens to EMS, then it's ultimately on EMS, who they're going to make that decision on where they're going to bring folks. And, you know, as we're developing relationships with EMS, you know, there are certain limitations that these large providers have contractually that unless a person with one particular agency, we learned, unless that person is on Medicaid, they won't get reimbursed if they bring people to Connections. And I know there's legislation being discussed about that, but again, that's really a barrier. So, you know, again, I can't give enough credit to Kirkland PD, because they really jumped on board with this, and they modified a lot of the way that they do business so that they can bring people to us directly. And, you know, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, they're with us, and that patrol officer is back out on the street. And that's the way the system should work, in my humble opinion. And in other states, you know, that we see that. In Arizona, between our Phoenix facility and our Tucson facility, I get about 700 law enforcement drop-offs a month. And that is, you know, there's just so much upside to that. So we're working with the different law enforcement leadership, the different governing bodies to really get folks to contemplate, is there a better way to do this? And you know, we're certainly open to feedback and support. I can tell you, Seattle PD, they've been great, and I know that it's a little bit of a hike, but they're, you know, big fans, big proponents. But it's a matter of building those relationships, establishing that trust, and then getting things to shift. And this is going to be one of those things that's probably going to take a minute, but yeah. So Any questions about the numbers or the departments, where folks are
Councilmember
coming
Black?
from?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I do see it's court and law enforcement, and we do have our Kirkland Municipal Court, and it is right around the corner from you.
Right around.
I am curious, can you describe briefly what the relationship is like with our municipal court? What are you seeing? What are you seeing in that regard?
So we have met with them for them to come out and do, that referral probably resource is not where we would like that engagement to be yet. We have met with them, we have brought them through, we have done tours to talk about what we could do alternative for them. I think, again, it's a continued opportunity. They're coming and they're visiting, they're recognizing what we can provide. I think we just haven't completed all of those warm handoffs to have that be a larger referral resource. But it is one that we want to have. It's right around the corner from us.
Yep, great, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right.
So I think that's it, but again, just thank you so much for the opportunity to give an update. I look forward to being able to come back here at whatever interval you guys think is appropriate, because the numbers are going to keep getting better and the impact is going to keep getting it to where I think we all want it to be.
Thank you, and we agree, and we are so happy you're here. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move to the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present the audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamations we have on consent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $5,012,401.29 and bills in the amount of $6,268,545.31. Tonight, the mayor, on behalf of City Council, will be issuing two proclamations. First, June 19th is proclaimed as Juneteenth. Juneteenth began in recognition of the day when enslaved African Americans in Texas were informed that they were free, 2.5 years after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. It is also a day to celebrate Black freedom, culture, and achievements. This proclamation was read aloud at a Juneteenth family cookout last Friday, June 6th, which was an excellent event sponsored by the city in conjunction with the Lake Washington School District. Second, June 20th is proclaimed as World Refugee Day. World Refugee Day honors the strength and courage of all refugees while spreading awareness about their rights, needs, and dreams. Through Human Services grants, the City of Kirkland supports organizations that provide refugees with food, language support, and more. In addition, the city recently obtained the Welcoming America certification, which is a formal designation recognizing Kirkland has created policies and programs reflecting our values and commitments to immigrant inclusion.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Councilmember Sweet?
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Pascal to move for the consent calendar. Are there any questions, comments, corrections? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries 6-0. All right, it is 9 o'clock. We are moving to our business agenda. I apologize to everybody who's waiting, but I need a quick little break. So we will be back at 9:10. you ready? Sorry.
You hear them?
Okay. We are now moving on to our regular business agenda. Our first item is on resolution affirming Kirkland as a welcoming, inclusive, and safe city for our 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Has Councilmember Falcone joined us? Councilmember Falcone has now managed to join us. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, to give you a presentation overview of Resolution 5686 is our Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Manager, Erica Moscoro. Welcome.
Thanks so much, City Manager. Happy Pride, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, and I'm so happy that Councilmember Falcone was able to join us. Again, my name is Erica. My pronouns are she, her, ella, and I am the city's DIB manager. Throughout this presentation slide deck, you will see photos as a recap of all the wonderful moments, either through proclamation readings or events that the city has shared with the community. Tonight, I am delighted to present to you draft resolution R5686 for your approval. This resolution reaffirms our city values of being welcoming, inclusive, a safe city for the two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer questioning, intersex, asexual, plus, hereinafter referred to as 2S LGBTQIA+ community. First, a little bit of background. In January 2025, the City of Olympia unanimously passed a resolution declaring itself a sanctuary city for the 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Following that legislative action, 2S LGBTQIA+ members from the East Side asked elected officials throughout the region to show the community support by adopting similar legislation. Recent federal executive orders are direct attacks on the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Many executive orders directly speak against 2S LGBTQIA+ people, while others focus on ending several federal programs that provide support for people experiencing homelessness, socially, economically challenged, people with disabilities, immigrants, and other cultural groups that intersect with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. On June 3rd, 2025, Council unanimously passed a motion for staff to respond to this request by presenting a draft resolution at tonight's council meeting for approval. This resolution reaffirms our city values as it reads on the first whereas on the resolution. It reads, whereas the City Council reaffirms that the City of Kirkland stands strong on its diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging values to be a welcoming, inclusive, and safe place, no matter a person's sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, especially that identify as 2S LGBTQIA+, and does not tolerate homophobic and transphobic violence. Now I direct your attention to the 5 sections on the resolution that speak to the city's commitment to the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Section 1, this is long, so I won't read it all, only the beginning. Section 1 reaffirms the city's commitment to equity, inclusion, and the dignity of all people by declaring itself a safe, welcoming, and inclusive community for transgender, non-binary, and gender-diverse individuals. Did council have any questions on this section?
Does not look like it.
Thank you, Mayor. Moving on to Section 2, affirms the right of all individuals to be recognized and respected in accordance with their self-identified gender. And Section 3 expresses the city's opposition to any efforts to criminalize or penalize individuals based on their gender identity, sexual orientation, access to gender-affirming care, or forms of self-expression protected under law, and states that the city will continue to advocate for policies and protections that uphold the civil rights of 2S LGBTQI+ individuals and support a fair, safe, and inclusive community for all. Any questions on Section 2 and 3?
Nope. Go ahead, Erica.
Erica, excuse me for the interruption. The podium is muted. Are you able to select on your screen? Does it say to unmute? Perfect. So the listeners can hear us. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I don't know how I did that. The next section, Section 4, expresses the city's intent to conduct regular reviews of its policies, practices, and public services to ensure that they are inclusive, equitable, and affirming for 2S LGBTQI+ individuals. And last, Section 5 calls on the city manager to promote opportunities for the council and staff to come together to discuss and support the shared values of diversity and inclusion through actionable, meaningful, and sustained support for the 2S LGBTQI+ community.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Before closing, I hope that you enjoyed the photos of the city connecting with the community on this first half of the year. We still have the next half, and I wanted to share 3 events that are already scheduled. These 3 events are hosted by Pride Across the Bridge. The comedy show She's, Theys, and Gays, Oh My is not a city-sponsored event, but it is happening here in Kirkland. And the first annual Splash of Pride and the 3rd annual Queer Holiday Potluck are city-sponsored events. And this coming November, the mayor, on behalf of the council, will be proclaiming our annual Transgender Day of Remembrance in Kirkland. With that, I'm going to move on to closing. Staff recommends that the council considers the approval of the proposed resolution R5686, affirming that the city of Kirkland is a welcoming, inclusive, and safe city for the 2S LGBTQI+ community by motion.
Thank you, Erica, and this is one of the most beautiful presentations I've seen. So, well done.
Thank you.
Before we move forward with a motion on the resolution, I want to thank Axton Burton from Pride Across the Bridge for their incredible, passionate advocacy on this. Well done. Well done. I also want to recognize Councilmember Falcone for her diligent effort on making sure this resolution moved forward and her partnership with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community in creating this resolution. So, Councilmember Falcone, are you with us? Would you like to make the motion?
I am. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I would like to move that we adopt Resolution R5686, affirming Kirkland as a welcoming, inclusive, and safe city for two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual plus, or 2S LGBTQIA+, people, and recognizing their human rights and well-being.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black to move forward on Resolution 5686. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Black.
I would like to speak quickly just to thank everyone who's been involved in developing this. And I think what I want to highlight is, I know, Erica, your office, I know almost certainly the city attorney's office, I know members of other members of the city manager's office, and then our community have worked really hard on this this legislation or this resolution. I think this is another example similar to the one we talked about during the study session of a really fruitful partnership between staff and the community to prepare a piece of work that I think we can all be very proud of. So I just want to thank you. I want to thank all your colleagues, and I want to thank the community. So with that, I'll, of course, be supporting this motion.
Councilmember Falcone, I'm sorry, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first, I just want to say thank you so much to Erica for your presentation. You really spoke to, I don't have to do much to speak to the motion because you did it so beautifully, as the mayor said. So thank you so much for that. Also want to thank, as Councilor Black said, thank our community leaders and community members who advocated for not only this resolution in the city of Kirkland, but resolutions in cities throughout the East Side. And some of those community leaders are in the audience tonight. Thank you also to Axton Burton of Pride Across the Bridge, and also to East Side for All for for their partnership with Pride Across the Bridge in advocating for this resolution and others like it in our neighboring cities. I'm going to quote part of their advocacy words, if that's okay with them. Quote, "We know that resolutions matter, visibility matters, and so do actionable protections. And we must formally protect and uplift our city's trans and non-binary residents, workers, and visitors." And this resolution is a strong step in that direction and of affirming our values as a city. So thank you very much to everyone who worked to bring this resolution forward tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone. Anyone else? Okay, I will just add that words and actions matter. It has been an honor this month to represent our council and affirm our values that everyone deserves dignity, equality, and their rights to be seen. So congratulations to everyone. I will now entertain a vote on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion proudly carries 7-0. Come up here and we're going to take a picture.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, Erica. Come on, council. East side for all. Can we get Councilmember Falcone on the screen? Of course.
Go on up.
We may move down there. I don't want to be on the screen. I checked with her first.
Okay. So should we shift?
Can we target her? Can we focus on her?
Yeah, can we make her? There she is.
Okay.
Hold that pose, Amy.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone.
Good night, Amy.
All right, we are moving on to 9B, adoption of Washington State Housing Code, Middle Housing Compliance Zoning Amendments. I'm not going to read all of that. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of council, so we are looking for final action on ordinance 4905. We have some continued discussion from the last council meeting on June 3rd to talk about, especially with respect to affordable housing and parking. And we have an amendment that I want to share from the city manager that's going to be explained, and then we also have some amendments proposed by some of the council members that'll come up later. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Adam Weinstein to introduce this and his team.
Good evening, Mayor Curtis and Deputy Mayor Arnold and council members. No long introduction here, but we're hopefully at the final stage of adopting this ordinance. This presentation today really focuses on parking standards and affordable housing requirements. I've got Scott Guda, our senior planner, and Allison Zeich, our deputy director for planning and building, to help out with the presentation, but Scott will be doing most of it.
Great. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. I am continuing our June 3rd conversation. Oops, I guess I can click. Right here. Okay. Where we're going to briefly give you a presentation outlining some changes to Ordinance 4905. And consider some possible alternatives, and then we'll wind up with a consideration of adoption of ordinance 4905. Next. All right, so let's kind of go over what we heard at the last meeting. the changes discussed at this meeting in response to the feedback we received at that received on June 3rd and since. This centers around parking and affordable housing, summarizing that council was generally supportive of the Planning Commission's parking requirements that conform to recent state legislation adopted with Senate Bill 5184. There were some concerns, however, with the implications of early adoptions of these requirements. Council was also considering several affordable housing code amendment options, but there was general support for the city manager alternative that was presented on June 3rd, but requested that there would be more study and input on the payment in lieu methodology, to try to also include a mechanism for future payment in lieu adjustments, and also voice of some concern of potential loopholes that by exempting additions. Now I'll move on to, what we're discussing. This slide we reviewed, this comparison slide we reviewed at our last meeting. The left column shows a draft alternative provided to the Planning Commission at their public hearing. It is a hybrid of existing parking standards together with HB 1110 requirements related to proximity to major transit stops. The right column shows the Planning Commission recommended option that is compliant with Senate Bill 5184. Adam's going to go into a little bit more detail on comparing the existing requirements, the requirements under a House Bill 1110 and the requirements under Senate Bill 5184 in the next slide here.
All right, thanks, Scott. So yeah, at the risk of hopefully not making your heads explode, I just want to go over this chart really quickly. You'll see 3 columns here. This is a chart that compares existing parking requirements to the HB 1110 requirements to the SB 5184 requirements. And what I want to point out, I think, is the sort of the complexity of the second column, which is the HB 1110 mandated requirements, and the fact that these parking requirements that we have to adopt pursuant to state law under HB 1110 would only be in effect for a relatively short period of time if we were to simply adopt those requirements. And that, I think, helps illustrate a little bit why the Planning Commission recommended adoption of the SB 5184 standards even before they are mandated to go into effect at the beginning of January of 2027. So I'm not going to read out every standard. Hopefully they speak for themselves. But one of the complexities that I want to point out is that our existing middle housing code, the column on the left, provides parking reductions around frequent transit. That's a term that is in our code, which is really any transit line that has at least 4 buses an hour during most of the day. Now, HB 1110 uses a different transit measure called major transit stop for identifying where parking requirements should be reduced. And major transit stops, as I think you all know, are BRT stops. So frequent transit and major transit stops, those two important terms in HB 1110 and under our existing code are not interchangeable, meaning that if we just implemented the HB 1110 standards, parking requirements would increase beyond the standards we currently have for larger middle housing units outside of that half-mile radius of major transit stops, but within a half-mile of frequent transit lines. Also, if we just implemented the HB 1110 requirements, they would exist for a relatively short period of time, just from July 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2026, potentially creating a wait-and-see game for developers who are trying to develop the very type of housing that the comp plan seeks to promote. And that's really why the Planning Commission found it prudent to recommend adoption of the SB 5184 requirements, even though the state is not making us do it right now. And so the point is that we can't just keep our existing parking requirements. That's not really an option right now. We have to adopt something that's different. So we can either adopt a relatively complex hybrid of HB 1110 and existing standards, or just adopt the SB 5184 requirements that will be required to adopt ultimately in January 2027. Thanks. I'll hand it back to Scott.
I guess we can stop for questions.
Thank you. Councilor Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is as good a time as any to have this discussion because Director Weinstein, you did a really nice job of sort of presenting this. So as everyone, my colleagues know, at the last meeting 2 weeks ago, I expressed some skepticism as to whether we needed to do the early implementation of the SB 5184 parking requirements. And mainly the reason I was skeptical is the reason for adopting it is the same as the reason for not adopting it, which is that the market forces that are at work with this typology are really dictating with builders and developers that they are including off-site, or rather on-site parking as a matter of what the market demands. So we're not going to see any difference from this, and that's a reason to do it, and it's also a reason not to do it. So I did ask, to be consistent with that, I did ask staff to actually prepare an amendment to the ordinance, because I really wanted to see what that actually looked like. And it just became really clear in seeing it, and Director Weinstein just did a nice job of encapsulating it. It did a really nice job of capturing the nonsensical nature of adopting HB 1110 by the immediate deadline we have, with the complexity that was described, and doing it only for a short few months. And so what we would be doing is we'd be adopting a more complex standard only for a brief period of time, and then we'd be turning around and doing it again. And that doesn't comport to my general sense of good, sound governance. And so I ended up pulling back that amendment. It was helpful to see that in stark terms, in black and white, and I just want to share with my colleagues that that's the case. And to the community, because I do think ultimately we've gotten a lot of feedback that we shouldn't be doing early implementation of 5184. But really, when you really study it and understand what we would have to do by July 1st, it becomes pretty apparent that it is poor governance not to just go ahead and accelerate the implementation of 5184. It's clear why the Planning Commission made this recommendation to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to talk about parking? Councilmember Sweet?
I just continue to support the Planning Commission's recommendation. And Councilmember Black, really, by asking that question and getting that response from Adam, makes it abundantly clear why it's the right way to go.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so right now I'd like to highlight a couple of the changes that you see in your in the proposed ordinance. This is some changes to the city manager option that has occurred since the June 3rd meeting. The ordinance contained in the draft, it has a few changes, actually just a couple changes here. The first one establishes a 2,000 square foot threshold for exempting replacement structures from affordable housing requirements. The second is it requires the planning director to propose alternative affordable housing payment in lieu methodologies no later than June 30th of 2026. And
if I could just speak to that last sentence. So one of the questions the council had was, we had the language that the council may adopt alternatives, and the council wanted to have certainty that alternatives would be proposed. And so this language addresses that concern.
Also, what has been circling around to council today is an alternative payment in lieu section. This is based on some work that staff has been doing to establish a per square foot payment in lieu fee. And this is, the next few slides I'll go into kind of outline what that methodology, how we came to that methodology.
Before that, can I just maybe again speak to this, since it's a little unusual for the city manager to propose an amendment to the city manager's previous amendment. But what I heard the council at the June 3rd meeting and subsequent conversations asking about was to create certainty, and the formula that we use is dependent on property values and construction values, and also to have it expressed in a per square foot fee. So what we did with this amendment is try to accomplish both of those things. But as Scott's going to describe, we use the same methodology to originally come up with the per square foot fee, and then we turn it into a number so that number was predictable and certain. So he's going to explain how we got there. But that's where the $15 per square foot came from. It's the same methodology that you saw last week.
Okay, so the methodology is based on 2024 new single-family permit issued permits that we selected throughout the city. This is based on permits that were of new construction to 1,200 square feet or greater. It should be noted that this average falls really close to the median household house size permitted during this time frame. And a little more detail into this is the method averages the house size and land acquisition cost from a sample permits across 10 neighborhoods. This establishes an average payment in lieu fee for a 1,300 square foot, 3-bedroom home affordable to a family with a household income equal to 100% of the area median income. And this is multiplied by 10% to get to our 10% inclusionary requirement. And we divide this result by that average size unit to yield that square footage cost for the payment in lieu. This was then rounded up to $15 to reflect that it would not go into effect for another year and a half. And this next slide details this methodology, and it just should be noted right here that that the fee only applies to the per square foot fee for square footage exceeding 2,000 square feet. That's the row number 9. So this is the fee that would be established. $15 per square foot. Do we have any questions?
I was going to say, let's pause and see if we have any questions. Councilmember Tim Chizen?
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session with the council for 5 minutes to make a disclosure. Thank you.
City Attorney?
A council member indicated to me earlier that was related to a legal matter, so executive session would be appropriate.
How long do we need?
I would say, would you say 5 minutes?
5 to 10 minutes.
All right, we are going to disperse and go to executive session, and we will be back at 9:50.
Madam Mayor, I hate to interrupt. Point of order, do we need a second on that motion?
Yes, you need to act on the motion.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved by Councilmember Tim Chizen, seconded by Councilmember Black to adjourn to executive session until 9:50. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are temporarily adjourned. All right, we are back after a brief executive session, and we will resume discussion on 9B, which is our middle housing code.
Okay, again, the highlight of this particular slide is showing that the payment in lieu fee is established after 2,000 square feet as a per square foot fee. This is just an example of what that looks like on the average sized house that was permitted in 2024.
All right, and I was about to ask if there was any question on this slide. Council? Okay, go ahead, Scott.
Okay, so here are some recently received comments that I'd like to highlight. This includes some continued concerns related to the code going too far with respects to the allowed number of units per lot, the reduced parking, and new affordable housing requirements. However, there's also some support for the proposed parking reductions as well. And while there were some concerns regarding the proposed ADU allowances, which stem from existing size restrictions, these restrictions have been removed with the proposed code amendments. When it comes to affordable housing, most of which have been addressed with these amendments presented tonight, they include concerns with applying a payment in lieu fee that for the entire square footage of a new building, the need for a clear, predictable, and transparent payment in lieu methodology and payment timing. There is, however, some support for the proposed delayed effective date and the payment in lieu refinement requirement. I'm just going to go forward, and the last two slides I have on the deck here involve, again, this alternative code requirement that was presented tonight and distributed to City Council today. There's also a, excuse me, let me see, get this moved, proposed code amendment from Councilmember Tim Chisholm. And I could summarize this, or Councilmember, if you'd like to summarize this, you're more than welcome.
Sure. Much of these amendments are, well, okay, first I'll address amendment number 1. Amendment number 1 is just simply requesting that after implementation, we do a 12-month check-in to evaluate how it's gone and get feedback from the planning director and our planning department and see if we've seen any impact on permitting or anything like that. And it's just simply a 12-month check-in to evaluate where we're at and see if there any course correction needs to happen. And that's opposed to, yeah, and amendment number 2 are not really current amendments. I'm just simply asking that in June, when this comes back to us, that these options be evaluated. I am inclined to withdraw my amendment on C if the city manager and planning staff feel that the 2,500 feet is less legally defensible and less rationally related. However, 2,500 feet was the Planning Commission's recommendation, I believe. And so I'm not passionate about C if city staff tells us that it is not advisable.
City
Just a small
manager?
suggestion. Maybe just delete the 2,500, say increase the per square foot exemption. That gives us the opportunity to look at. But there might be a different threshold besides 2,000 square feet, but doesn't pick a specific number.
That would be fine. Sure.
Are there any questions of Councilmember Tim Chisholm on his two amendments? Councilmember Sweet?
You didn't talk about D, and I'm not sure what E is.
Oh, I'd be happy to. Require the city council approve all allocations of the revenue generated by the fee. My concern there is that the money comes to the city of Kirkland, and if it is going to go to a third party, that action come back before the city council to discuss and vote.
Oh, so we could send it to Arch if that.
We can if we vote that
Okay.
way. Pardon?
And D?
And D, this was a concern from the building community where if they remove a 3,000 square foot house to build a 3,000 square foot house, would they be exempted from this fee? Let's say there's a tear down that's 3,300 square feet, and in its place, they build a 3,500 square foot house. Would they have to pay for 200 feet? Or would they start at 2,000 feet? And I think it's a reasonable question that hasn't been defined within our code that I know of. And I think that evaluating that option is what I'm asking for.
Anyone else? Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, questions for staff on this. So, the master builders raised a question on clarify what counts towards square footage. So what counts for, in the code right now, what counts towards square footage?
Yeah, I can take a shot at it. It's really all the gross square footage that is built as part of the house. That's how we would consider how to calculate the fee. So that would include things like garages.
Garages and porches. Okay. And then, one of the concerns is, this adds a lot to the building permit fee, is my understanding, is that we would collect this at building permit like we do other fees. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's per the code right now, the fee is calculated prior to finaling the permit, and then the fee is actually paid for prior to the permit being finalized. So it's we really push the fee collection to the end of the process. So before the house is finalized, meaning before somebody can move into the house, before it can be occupied, then the fee is due.
Okay, so the fee is not paid at the same time like other impact fees are paid?
Correct.
Okay. That's how it's written right now?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Do you have anything else?
No, that is it. These are the two potential amendments to ordinance 4905 that are before council to discuss.
Thank you.
Do you want a motion?
I was going to say, before we get started on talking about amendments, let's have a motion on the ordinance.
And I will move adoption of, is this the revised city manager recommended?
That would come after you move the main ordinance. That would be an amendment to that. So
move the
Okay.
original motion. Then
So I will simply move the number. 4905?
4905, right?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember, or Deputy Mayor Tim, sorry, what time? It's 10. Deputy Mayor Arnold to move forward 4905. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to move the city manager amendment. I'd like to move to amend ordinance 4905 to include the city manager amendment shown on screen.
Second.
And moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Sweet to move the city manager amendment. Is there any discussion on the city manager amendment?
Just briefly, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to thank the city manager and staff for their responsiveness in dealing with this issue and coalescing the feedback that we have to be able to move this so quickly. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Sweet?
I'll echo the deputy mayor's comment. This actually fills in all the blanks for me in terms of the way we left it last meeting. The square footage, it just makes sense. So thank you very much for this.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm, do I see you?
Thank you. This amendment does, I think, address a lot of the concerns from the building community that I was trying to address with my amendments. And I had not seen this amendment prior to drafting my amendments. So if there's redundancy, that's why.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. The question is on the city manager amendment to ordinance 4905. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I will make a motion that we pass number 1 of my amendment.
Is there any discussion on the Tim Chisholm amendment number 1?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, second by Councilmember Black to move forward amendment number 1. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Amendment carries 6-0. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I will make a motion that we pass amendment number 2 of mine on 04905.
Did you want to change the language?
And I would like to change the language in C to simply say increased square footage.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, second by Councilmember Sweet to move forward the Tim Chisholm amendment number 2. That has been amended to remove the 2,500. Is there any discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Councilmember Tim Chisholm for bringing this forward. The amendment tonight includes several areas of discussion that we can have as part of the Phase 2 middle housing next year, and all these considerations are worthy for talking about, and it's great that we're teeing them up in the future to say these are things we're going to look at further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. The question is on the amendment number 2. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Question is now on the amended ordinance 4905. Any further discussion? All those, Councilor Pascal. Is this the main vote? Yep. Is your mic-
Oops, sorry. I have some comments. Thank you. I think you all know that I've been raising questions around the fee itself. So I'm really proud of what Kirkland's been doing with housing policy. I know we must advance more housing thoughtfully and effectively, but I've continued to raise the questions and concerns around additional fees on housing. And while the intent behind the affordable housing fee is commendable, good intentions don't always guarantee good outcomes. Data consistently shows that adding fees to housing increases the overall cost of all housing types. And as the master builders has noted in their letter to the council that we received yesterday, this proposal comes at a particularly difficult time for the housing market, which is already grappling with disruptions from national tariffs and state-level tax and fee increases. Currently, builders pay over $70,000 in fees to obtain a Kirkland building permit for an average home. This new fee simply adds to those already substantial costs and disproportionately impacts larger families seeking homes over 2,000 square feet. Also have some unresolved questions about this legislation and where this fee goes. How much will it generate? How will the money be allocated? How many affordable units will this result in? Is the fee proportionate to the benefits that it will provide? And I still have a question around whether it will stand up to legal scrutiny if challenged in court. And I know what this legislation says. It says, oh, this doesn't take effect until 2027, so we still have some time to investigate things and get things right. But that impact actually begins now, given the long lead times for property acquisition and permitting. Builders must assume this fee is in existence, and so when they're going out and purchasing land and making arrangements, they're going to start looking at their costs and what that's going to be right now. And so that uncertainty casts a shadow over home building in Kirkland, because builders depend on building a diversity of housing. That's how they make their living in building homes. So I appreciate the city manager's amendments. I appreciate Councilmember Timchin's amendments. It certainly improves the legislation. I'm just really wrestling with the fee itself. I also just really kind of questioning the process in that it felt very rushed. There didn't feel like there's a lot of collaboration with the builders. And if that means delaying the affordability fee, I'm fine with that. Passing incomplete or hurried legislation, I think sets a worse precedent. So I would love to vote yes on the state requirements and no on the fee, but I know that this ordinance, pulls it all together. And so that's not feasible, so I have to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Because of previous leadership by Kirkland, requirements for middle housing that we're adopting tonight are minor compared to what other cities are facing. Meeting both HB 1110 and SB 5184 compliance today simplifies both the legislation and our future planning work program. The standards we're adopting today for parking, for example, are required minimums, but in reality, parking is going to be determined by the market needs of builders and home buyers. As staff has indicated previously, new affordable housing requirements have to be paired with new capacity. The state-required changes that we are doing today provide incremental new capacity, so the time to act on affordable housing requirements is now. I support the direction that we're going that focuses the fees on larger luxury homes. The implementation of this inclusionary zoning fee has the 2027 implementation date to give us time to refine. We have several things that we will be discussing in the next year. There may be others, but I'm comfortable moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Question is on the amended ordinance 4905. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I thought we're voting on the main ordinance.
We are. What did I say?
If we do, then we have to do roll call, right?
Thank you. City Clerk.
Councilmember Tim Chizen,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
No.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes, the motion carries 5-1. Thank you. All right, we are now moving on to the state 9C, the state required code amendments for unit lot subdivisions. City Manager.
All right, I believe it's the same lineup. Are you guys leaving?
They are.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Sorry. Oh, it's Allison Zyke is going to make the presentation. Okay.
I thought we got special table permission just for the item.
I was panicking. Okay, so our Deputy Director of Planning and Building, Allison Zyke, will make this presentation.
All right, good evening, and thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, here tonight with a very brief presentation, I hope, on unit lot subdivisions. This is another piece of state-required implementation that we're working on. It's really one tool in the middle housing tool belt. I'll move through quickly, but happy to answer any questions as they come up. So unit lot subdivisions, it's a state requirement. Per the state, we have to include allowances for unit lot subdivisions within our short plat regulations. They can be used for any type of middle housing, and they're really a tool to encourage flexibility in how lots can be divided and sold. And so they're intended to be a way to reach an easier way to get to fee simple units. And the concept is that We're really basing our regulations on one parent lot. So that's a lot as we traditionally think of it as in Kirkland, lots that have a minimum lot size of 7,200 square feet or 8,500 square feet. And that unit lot subdivisions allow one of those parent lots, as we'll now call them, to be divided into smaller unit lots. And then we look at the design standards or regulations cumulatively for the parent lot. And like I said, it provides another option for home ownership. It's kind of an alternative to condoizing cottages or ADUs, as we've seen used prevalently. It is worth noting that our middle housing regulations that we adopted in 2020 actually do provide an allowance to subdivide cottages, but it only applies to cottages, so we do have to make some changes to come up to speed to the state requirements. On this slide, I included, if it's helpful, just a few examples of what these could look like. And so on all of these, the big square is the parent lot. That's the lot that is subject to all of our setback standards, so they're applied around the exterior. The parent lot as a whole has to comply with our maximum regulations for lot coverage, for floor area ratio, for tree retention, for any tree planting that's required. But then within that, we get these tinier lots, and those are indicated, I lost my mouse here, those are indicated by the dashed lines that you see within the parent lot. So those tiny unit lots don't have to meet a minimum lot size. Within each tiny unit lot, they might be above 50% FAR, but we're still getting the same total product on each site. It's important to know that unit lot subdivisions in and of themselves do not increase the allowed density for any given site in the city. They only provide an option for how a site, individual units can be divided and sold. And so to summarize the amendments in front of you, these are all amendments to our subdivision title to incorporate the regulations for unit lot subdivisions. It adds some definitions that will help us regulate them. It adds requirements that list out the requirements that apply to a parent lot and the requirements that apply to each unit lot. It has requirements for what must be recorded on the face of a plat, requirements such as stating that any space that's owned in common has to be indicated on the site plan that's recorded, and it also lays out the review process. Most importantly, though it's not really stated in the state code, we thought it was important to make sure that our review process allows for these to be reviewed concurrently with any building or grading permits so that it's not adding time onto the process for the development community and the production of middle housing. And so while it's not articulated in the code, that is the process that we've set out internally. So we haven't heard a lot from the public on this one. We didn't receive any comment emails prior to the public hearing. We did conduct a focus group with the master builders of King and Snohomish counties. We had about 15 individual members from MBACs join us for a focus group prior to the Planning Commission public hearing to get their input on the code. Previously, they had really encouraged the city to get these unit lot subdivision standards on the books because they wanted to use them. At that focus session or focus group, they offered up several amendments to the draft code at that time. There were many of them that we thought made good sense, and we did incorporate those into the version of the code that went to the Planning Commission public hearing. At the Planning Commission public hearing, we received just 2 people providing public testimony. Both of them were generally supportive of the unit lot subdivision code amendments. One of them did state some concern about maybe unintended consequences of the amendments, and so wanted to make sure we brought that forward. We did get one letter today to council from MBACs, and they stated really in summary that they recommend we allow unit lot subdivisions to be reviewed administratively. And we have just a little bit of information to share with you on that request, which is that in our interpretation of the state code, it really sets forth that unit lot subdivisions should be, and the state guidance that's shared on this screen and kind of highlighted in that box, really says that unit lot subdivisions should be reviewed under the same process as short plats if they're creating 9 or fewer lots, and as plats if they're creating 10 or more units. And so we followed that guidance in our code. I would note that our short plat process in particular, so if you're creating 9 lots or more, it is really an administrative process because it's a planning director decision. It does include public notice, so neighbors do receive public notice and have an opportunity to provide comment. So that would apply to unit lot subdivisions, and in fact, the state code actually requires it as well. And so we feel like we're in good shape following the state guidance in terms of the process we've laid out for unit lot subdivisions. With that, I'd ask council to consider ordinance 4907. I'm available for questions, and I do have a couple potential amendments on a slide from Councilmember Black if you'd like to bring those up.
Okay, let's go questions first. Any questions for Allison on ordinance 4907? Let's see the amendments. Councilmember Black?
Sure. So should we move the ordinance first?
Sure, we can. Go ahead.
I move adoption of ordinance 4907.
Second?
Been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Sweet to move forward ordinance 4907. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So these are both, I would call them technical amendments, particularly the second amendment is, the second amendment is not shown yet. Let's just address amendment number 1. The second amendment you'll see is particularly a technical amendment. This amendment simply reflects the fact that we aren't using binary he, she pronoun terms in our ordinances going forward. We did it here. We don't need to do that. So this just reflects that move away from unnecessary binary reference to pronouns. So the hearing examiner it references they find. And I guess I'll move for adoption of amendment number 1.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Sweet to adopt Black Amendment number 1 that changes the language in the ordinance. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Amendment passes 6-0. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a technical amendment. The current version of the ordinance uses a somewhat awkward reference to unit lot short subdivisions. So our code talks about short subdivisions, and our code has a defined term unit lot subdivisions. The staff had an intent in using the term unit lot short subdivisions, but the state law and the Kirkland zoning code really only defines a unit lot subdivision. And what we really mean is when we're talking about a unit lot short subdivision, which is a term we probably shouldn't use for purposes of clarity, what we really mean is a unit lot subdivision that's of 9 or fewer lots. So I worked with the city attorney to clarify this, and so what this really does throughout the sections where it's relevant, it's line 116 and line 117 on page 395. It just changes the awkward term unit lot short subdivisions to unit lot subdivisions of 9 or fewer lots, and then that matter is clear for the rest of that section. So from then on, we can just refer to unit lot subdivision. Thanks. Oh, and I'd like to move adoption of Amendment 2.
Second.
It has been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Deputy Mayor Arnold to move forward Amendment 2. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries 6-0. Now the question is on the original amended motion, ordinance 4907, moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Yes.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes. Ordinance carries 6-0. Thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
All right, we are now on to the 2025 mid-year budget adjustments. City Manager.
Okay, thank you. So as you said, we're here for the mid-year budget adjustments to walk you through that presentation, and we're looking for action tonight is our financial planning manager, Kevin Pelstring.
Kevin, we've missed you.
I know, it's been so long since you've heard from me.
All week.
All right. You think I've been doing this so much I'd have it all down, but good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council. Thank you, City Manager. So tonight we have our June 2025 mid-year budget adjustments. This is the first opportunity that we've had to adjust the 25-26 budget, and we've packed a lot in here, so it can get a little complicated. There's a lot of accounting and fund balancing, which is exactly what we want to be doing at 10 o'clock at night. So I'll do my best to explain it. If you have questions, please stop me, and I have about 15 slides. Most of those can go pretty quickly. I pulled out some key adjustments that we can discuss, but I have background on the rest, so if there's anything that comes up that you want more information on, please let me know. All right, let's get going. So just a brief reminder and bit of background on budget adjustments and why we do them. So state law prohibits us, the city, from exceeding the budgeted appropriation for any individual fund, and requires the city to adjust appropriations for unanticipated revenue, new funds that come up during the budget year, and then if city council authorizes positions, projects, or programs that weren't incorporated into the original budget. So one big thing that comes up a lot tonight when we're looking at the overall adjustment, so you see that final number is there's $32.8 million in appropriation adjustments included in this adjustment set. That isn't $32.8 million of new revenue or new projects, new programs, new taxes, any of that. It is, of that, only $1.4 million is actually new budget, and that's coming from new grants and external revenue. A lot of it is a few other things that I'll get to in 1 second, but I wanted to first talk about the difference between appropriations and actual resources. So just a reminder, part of governmental fund accounting means that for whenever there's transfers between different funds, so we have the general fund, street fund, development services funds, all number of funds, we have to recognize that funding in both funds that it's being transferred from and transferred to. So if we have $1 in sales tax revenue, and we transfer that to the fleet fund to buy a vehicle, it's the same dollar, but it shows up twice. So just a reminder, because when you're looking at our total budget, it shows over $1 billion over the 2 years. When we strip out a lot of those inter-fund transfers, it's closer to about $650 million. So that comes up as a big role in this whole discussion. So of that $32.8 million of adjustments, about, like I said, 1.4 is new budget, so there's about 630,000 that's new grants or external funding. Another 730,000 are capital grants or external funding, so those are actually new grant revenue that we can utilize. 24 million is recognizing funding from 2024 that we didn't program into the 25-26 budget, so we call that resources forward. So it's either revenue above what we anticipated, or it's expenses that we expected to spend already in 24 but didn't, so we're moving that forward to the next budget. That'll go into either finishing those incomplete projects from 2024 or into fund balance and reserves. About $3 million is recognizing contributions from other partner cities for pooled human services, and there's a number of interfund transfers from existing resources, which is doubling up that appropriations, and some grants from surface water carried over from the previous year, as well as some fleet transfers. So there's a lot in there, but I wanted to make that clear because it looks like a really big number, and we'll break it down into a couple pieces and we can talk about it. I have about, what did I say, 15 slides, so we'll try and go through relatively quickly. Just a reminder, here's where we are in the budget adjustment. Like I said, this is the first opportunity to adjust the budget. We're trying to pack a lot into here. We have the 2024 carryover adjustment, so that's recognizing projects that are incomplete from the previous biennium that we expected to be complete, or grants that were not fully used. So work in progress that we've not used all of and need to reflect that spending authority in this new biennium. Resources forward, so most of the carryovers are funded with this resources forward. So again, that's revenue that we didn't expect to have or expenses that we expected to spend and didn't, so we just have extra money. That happens every year, every biennium. We close out the biennium and we actually reconcile with how much funding we have. And we have a direct slide on that, so we can go into that in a little bit more detail. We also have other budget adjustments, so all the typical operating capital adjustments that we need to reflect as we go through the budget. So the next opportunity to adjust the budget will be in December as part of the mid-biennial adjustments. So here are the 6 different categories that we're going to break the budget adjustment into, so they're nice and digestible, as it were. Just to be clear, I did rearrange some of the tables from the memo to make it a little bit clear, so we're really clear about what's an appropriation change versus what is just a line item adjusted. And that's consistent with the previous budget adjustment sets, and it makes the distinctions between those a little bit clearer. So let's get going. So the first one is council-directed adjustments. So this is either fiscal notes that came in front of you already and were approved, and we're recognizing that or showing that as an increase to the appropriations or to the budget as part of the June budget adjustments, or other items that have been directed or requested by council over the last 6 months. So I try to capture all of those here. It's possible that some of them are more like proposals, but I wanted to make them noted. So a couple of examples are the appropriation change, $61,500, which is the additional school zone safety camera revenue that was transferred from the general fund to the 25 neighborhood safety program as part of a fiscal note in June. This includes addition $50,000 of engineering consultant services to support the K-line projects on behalf of the city. Bless you. And then finally, a one-time 1.0 LTE council community engagement coordinator for the city work program. So this is a pilot position for dedicated city council outreach staff, which will specifically work on city work program and community engagement on your behalf. So here are all the council-directed adjustments. Do you have any questions on these before we move forward?
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Kevin, for this. So just to be clear, and I guess maybe to emphasize this point, and actually just to be sure that I'm understanding, a lot of times when we're approving, the council is approving a fiscal note, we are appropriating, say, school zone safety camera funds that are sitting in the general fund. We're appropriating that to a use that's been identified perhaps by the council or by the staff. And that's appearing here. That's not, again, to go back to your earlier point, that's not new money. That is just money that's now, was sitting in the general fund, has now been appropriated for a particular use and approved by us as a fiscal note.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
The reason that it's showing up as an appropriation adjustment is that it's, yes, you're right, already in the general fund, already in the budget, but we're transferring it to the capital fund, so it shows up a second time.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
Great. All right. The second one is other items requiring council action. So this is any other operating adjustment involving an appropriation change. So that includes grants, internal transfers, anything where a particular fund is receiving additional revenue from another fund or from external to the city, and we need to recognize that as net new funding that we can spend within the budget. So, and within that particular fund. So one of the really big ones that you'll see here, and that I mentioned earlier, is the recognition of $3.03 million in contributions from several of the cities for the pooled human services grants in 2025. So this was agreed in late 24 after the budget was pretty much wrapped up, but the city is going to be the lead agency for a pool of human services grants. This has been an ongoing agreement, but previously administered by Bellevue, and now it's going to be administered by Kirkland. So we're recognizing the additional revenue that we're receiving from these other cities, and we'll be spending that on behalf of the whole pool. So that's the biggest one here. Another one I wanted to point out is a grant from the Department of Ecology to explore a make sure I get this right, a community-based public-private partnership, CBP3, really rolls off the tongue. So this is about a $350,000 grant from Ecology to develop an RFP, a request for proposals, for a CBP3 project in the central Kingsgate area, focused on how stormwater management can bring a lot of other additional community benefits. So it's an exciting project, and happy to provide more information if there's questions. But these are all of our other items requiring council action.
Thank you. Any questions so far?
All righty. So the third is the line item adjustment. So these are adjustments that don't technically require council action, but have policy significance. And we want to make sure that you all have your eyes on them and have the opportunity to ask questions. So these are existing resources. They may be fund balance. They may be moving funding from one type of expenditure to another, but all within the same pot of resources that are already recognized for each of these funds. So some of the big ones that I wanted to call out is a one-time Kirkland Cares Program Coordinator. So this is for the low-income utility discount program to support the administration and execution of that program. And this is using existing funding that we had set aside for the low-income program. And this position will be tasked with processing applications, maintaining records, and providing customer support for the program. Another is the one-time customer accounts associate. We talked about this briefly at the council retreat just last week, but this is a recommendation, a proposal for a position, a one-time position through the end of the biennium to enhance our outreach and engagement with some of our especially large employers whose business licenses have expired, and to really ramp up that outreach using some of the DOR data. So we have a process to improve that, and this position will help us actually execute on that to make sure we're getting all of the RGRL that we're entitled to. And the third is $75,000. So this is a proposal to reallocate $75,000 from the station area plan activation monies, which is about $300,000 over the biennium, to fund a MFTE program financial impact study. So it would be a consultant to come on board and basically evaluate the program and tell us, this is the total impact to taxpayers, this is foregone revenue, and this is the value of the benefits of affordable housing that this program is actually producing. Any questions on any of these? All right. The next section is capital project adjustments, close to my heart. So this one is recognizing any fiscal notes on the capital side, the CIP, transfers between projects, and close out of completed projects. Most of this is recognizing about $730,000 of grants and other external revenues, so small pieces here and there. It does include a $122,000 transfer from the Parkland acquisition project to the Denny Park Pavilion for some electrical costs that were discussed earlier this year with council. Any questions?
No, go ahead.
All right. I know this is all pretty captivating stuff. So finally, this is our position changes. So we're recognizing council does adopt the total number of authorized FTEs. So this is showing an additional 4 FTEs to the authorized 771.25 that were adopted in December as part of the beginning 2025-26 budget. So the main pieces here are adding 2.0 FTE maintenance worker overhire positions and street and utility funds, and that was part of a January 23rd fiscal note to address some leaves of absences and make sure that we had were able to maintain current levels of service. And then tonight, we're requesting the additional 2.0 FTE police overhire positions. And this is coming from police, and basically the department has really struggled to keep fully staffed, and there's a lot of retirements and outgoing positions right now. So because it takes about 18 months for a new hire to complete training, this will help the department make sure that they're fully staffed. And they're seeing a lot more success in hiring right now, so this would really make sure that we get a lot of the really qualified applicants.
Council, any question on the position changes? Councilmember Black?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So on this last one, the 2 FTE for police, I just want to I want to ask, Kevin, because you kind of mentioned hiring and retaining the best officers. You also talked about attrition. The attrition we're seeing, it's a question for you or maybe for the city manager, the attrition we're seeing is largely from retirements, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And the good news is, talking to the chief, they actually have a really good pool, but they can only hire to their authority. So having the overhires will allow them to go further in the pool that they have right now. And so get some people in before some anticipated retirements happen.
Okay, so in short, we're taking some steps to address a possible issue, anticipating retirements in the short term. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kevin, go ahead.
Okay. So resources forward. So again, this category is just recognizing additional and sometimes less resources in each fund at the year end 2024 than we budgeted initially. So when we're developing the 25-26 budget, we do our best to estimate how much funding each of these, each fund is going to have at the end of the year, and that gets built into how much resources are available for the 25-26 budget. So here we're reconciling to what we had actually at the end of the year. So additional resources here are going either towards the carryover request that we talk about in the next section, or the fund working capital balance. One thing I wanted to note is that the capital fund may show significant increases here, which is not unexpected. Because we carefully budget those at the project level, we often assume that projects will be spent faster than anticipated. So these adjustments are not adding anything. They're just maintaining the spending authority for all of those projects that are still in flight, so that they have that funding that they need. And then I did want to note that this, as we discussed last week, recognizes that there's an additional $2 million in the Development Services Fund than anticipated because revenues came in higher. And one other note that I had too was that in the general fund, just as kind of a benchmark, we expected to have about $1 million in carryovers. We actually ended up having about $1.8 million. So we were relatively close there.
Questions? Councilmember Black, you're on a roll tonight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So it's not a huge number, but it is a negative number, and I just want to ask about it. Under Health Benefits Fund 511, 490. What does that represent? The $492,000. Is it fair to call it a shortfall? For a shortfall relative to forecasted budget for that fund?
It means that the amount that we expected to spend out of that fund, we spent more than we expected.
Yeah, and does that evidence, maybe a question for city manager, does that evidence something that we need to anticipate? Or is it just part of the narrative that we all appreciate, that which is health benefits cost of health benefits for employers continue to rise?
That is one of the things we do watch carefully. We check in each time we do an update. So yes, we are keeping an eye on this one, and we did make some estimates that were conservative, meaning we didn't really increase the rates for healthcare benefits. So yes, this is something that we'll be watching over the next 18 months to see how it affects the overall budget.
Okay. The other big negative on the screen, I think, is the Water Sewer Utility Operating Fund. Kevin, if you discussed that when I missed it.
Yeah, we didn't discuss that tonight. We did talk about it at the council retreat last week. So this is one that we're looking into with our rate modelers, but essentially it's getting hit on. Well, the lower fund balance at the end of 24 is related to just revenues coming under expectations. So we were consuming less water in 2024 than anticipated. Okay. So we're trying to figure out exactly why we missed that, and is this a larger trend that we need to be aware of? One thing to note is that we are going to get a credit back for not all of this amount, but a couple $100,000 from the Cascade Water Alliance because we ended up using less of our allocation than anticipated. So. But that's something that we're looking at really carefully, and we'll bring back some thoughts and next steps on that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
All right, just a few more. So here are all the carryovers. So these, again, are departmental requests to carry over funding from 24 for incomplete projects or grants that weren't fully expended. So these weren't initially programmed into the 25-26 budget, and they're primarily funded out of resources forward. So a couple of things to highlight here. There's a lot involved, but this does include $612,000 of remaining ARPA funding towards continuing projects, and about I think of that 612, about 100,000 is left as kind of unallocated ARPA funding that we're going to put in a reserve to keep track for other items that come up that we might want to use that on. This includes about 168,000 of remaining budget for homelessness and crack and outreach and planning. And that is as of the beginning of the year. So a lot of these contracts are continuing to spend, but that's carrying over all that funding, so we are able to keep track of how much is left on those contracts.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
All right. And this is just the rest of the carryovers here. So this is for surface water, fleet, IT, and facilities. So just recognizing here, there's a big number for equipment rental or fleet. So that's about 1.1 million of service package vehicles from 23-24 that are still in the process of being purchased. So we're carrying over that authority so they can be purchased. It also includes about $832,000 of state and county grants for surface water projects that are still ongoing. So we want to make sure that we reflect that spending authority. So here we are. Here is the adjustment summary. Again, all of those appropriation adjustments are shown at the fund level in the ordinance, so it's not down to particular accounts or departments. It's all just within the general fund or each of the individual funds. One thing I wanted to note, just as a kind of general benchmark too, is that for general fund working capital, we budgeted to have about $400,000 above our target, $850,000, including all the expenditures involved or included in this adjustment set, and assuming no other revenue adjustments, which is a big if for 25-26, we'll have about $330,000 above target. So really close to where we anticipated that would end. And our recommendation is to approve Ordinance 4908, amending the biennial budget for 25-26. Back to you.
Thank you, Kevin. Great presentation. Any further questions for Kevin? I will entertain a motion.
I move the approval of ordinance 4908.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Black to move forward ordinance 4908. Again, any questions? City Clerk?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here, yes.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here too. Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold. Yes. Mayor Curtis.
Here. Yes. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, folks. Couple things. What we have next is the 9E, which is the appointment of the Interview Selection Committee. If there are no objections, I would like to postpone the critical area ordinance discussion because I think it's going to take a while. Is everybody okay with that? All right, then we'll move to the ISC selections. I know, Adam, you're greatly disappointed. So we'll do ISC. My question for you is, do you want to power through because we still have the LRM, or would you like to take a quick break? Power, I hear power on this end.
Power.
Power, sorry, staff. Okay, let's move to 9E, appointment of the selection committee, city manager.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to turn this over to our Deputy City Clerk, Emily Ferguson. She's going to draw the 3 members of the committee out of a hat, and we'll see who gets it.
For the record, I don't have a hat, so it's a bowl.
It's a bowl. It's a red bowl.
Heart-shaped bowl, because we love this process.
Councilmember Sweet.
I'm overdue.
Mayor Curtis. Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will happily be a member of the ISC, but I think at some point we need to discuss the amount of resignations coming from our planning commission and how to address that. Thank you.
All right. I did check. Jay and I, Deputy Mayor and I did meet with Chair Rutherford yesterday, and this particular resignation was just a family issue. Nothing else to do with the workload, because that's a legitimate question.
Well, I was
Long
going to.
day, but it was just this morning.
Yeah, I know. So,
Yes,
all right, we'll discuss it more later. Yes, here. All right, we are now moving on to council reports, and I'm going to start with Deputy Mayor.
Given the late hour, I'm going to say no report.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
I'll follow his lead.
Councilmember Sweet?
I think Carly's sending out stuff
Wearing
pretty,
your glasses.
pretty rapidly. So I will also skip.
All right, Councilmember Black.
No report.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm. Here.
Staff has done a wonderful job on a lot of events that I'd love to thank you for, but I'll skip my report for today.
Thank you. I will also skip my report out on all my events, but I will share that today we received a note from, that the most recent cohort of graduates from Lake Washington Technical Institute that went through the satellite manufacturing program are now all working full-time on building satellites at Project Kuiper. So, yep, that's a big deal. And the three of the graduates formerly worked at local fulfillment centers, but they took advantage of the career choice and received paid tuition to move into these new job opportunities. So that's a big success for the program. I thought that was very cool. And then my last thing is I am looking for a voting delegate for the AWC meeting on June 26th at 4 p.m. Anyone interested in doing that?
Date and time?
June 26th at 4 p.m. and you can do it remotely.
Thursday.
It's a Thursday. All right, if no one's volunteered, Deputy Mayor and I have decided to do rock, paper, scissors, and we will figure out.
I'll do it.
What?
Oh. Councilmember Sweet?
I think I can do
It's
it.
your last shot.
Oh, yeah. Sure, I'll go ahead and do it.
Thank you.
The chamber has an event at 5. If it's 4 to 5 remotely, I can.
It will go later,
Okay.
yeah. So thank you for your willingness to volunteer, and thank you, Councilmember Sweet.
And will we have a list of things we're going to vote on so
Yeah.
we can see it
Yeah,
as a
so
group?
we'll discuss it beforehand.
Great.
Or not, or, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We are going to move on to city manager reports.
Okay, thank you, members. We do have a very brief presentation on our legislative request memo that I do think is important to the council, so we'll go ahead and go through it tonight. Chuck Deaver, in probably sadly her last presentation to the city council, will be giving that presentation before she gets to have her public works director make a presentation in Maine sometime in July.
Maybe we should all tune in to one of her first meetings.
Scroll down.
What a plan. Wait a minute. Isn't that truck's going away party?
Oh, is it?
Well, that's coming up. Are there any calendar changes or updates from the council?
Councilmember Pascal has a calendar change. Are you remote next meeting?
Yeah, the next couple meetings I'll be joining remotely in July because I have some conferences I'll be attending and presenting at, some of the research and stuff that I've been doing on transportation safety in Washington State.
Okay, thank you. We'll note that.
Anyone else? All right. Proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the City Council. At the May 12th council meeting, Deputy Mayor Arnold moved for a LRM asking the city manager to explore options for accelerating the completion of sidewalk gaps. And so I have a few slides here to walk us through what this potentially could look like. In assessing the situation, we identified 1,640 segments of sidewalk, equivalent to 576,000 linear feet of missing sidewalk throughout the city of Kirkland, depicted by the red lines on the map there that you see on the left. Segment gaps range from 24 to 67, 63 linear feet, average gap of 351 linear feet. When we looked at this at a cost of $175 per linear feet, looking at the different segments, some segments being perhaps only concrete panels, while others might include full curb, gutter, and drainage improvements. Applying that to the 570,000 plus linear feet of sidewalk gap, we'd be looking at well over $101 million in 2025 dollars to fix all of the sidewalk gaps throughout the city of Kirkland. So obviously not an attainable number. And so we want to look at what we are currently doing. Our current programs include, as you know, the Transportation Benefit District, which allots $1.34 million a year. We also have programs for private development where frontage improvement requirements will help facilitate some of the sidewalk improvements. We have CIP grants that we've identified in the past. We have a neighborhood safety program where short sidewalk segment infills are eligible for the NSP program. There's the TSP and CIP funded lists. And so those are the current programs that we have. And to talk about what our potential options are for expediting filling those sidewalks, we're looking at these potential options here. So staff looked at what we're currently doing, what we could potentially be doing, and so I'll just go through each one of them pretty quickly here. Number one, Sidewalk Opportunity Fund. This fund has historically been administered by the Public Works Development Engineering Team to support private developers in constructing public right-of-way improvements adjacent to the projects. Looking at number two, resident requirements, we could require residents to install those sidewalks, which allows us to leverage existing city authority under the KMC 19.20.040. Option number three is to establish a local improvement district. So forming a LID allows the city to design and manage sidewalk projects while sharing costs with benefiting property owners. Going to option number four, we have developer-installed improvements. This would allow developers to fund off-site improvements in lieu of constructing frontage improvements. Number five, increasing the CIP funding, obviously providing us with some additional funds to impact those sidewalks would be beneficial. Number six, interim connections. This was one that was cited by Deputy Mayor Arnold as a possibility. Interim paths made of asphalt or gravel would offer a cost-effective and flexible solution to improve pedestrian access while more permanent sidewalks are planned or funded in the future. Number seven is a unique idea, an idea of a rebate program. This rebate program could potentially be for residents to install sidewalks, and it encourages them on a voluntary basis, and it would be cost sharing between the city and for homeowners. And then lastly, just maintaining the status quo, where we would continue to implement the CIP and TSP just as adopted. So those are the 8 options, and at this point, I'm happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Truck. Questions? Councilmember Jensen.
The developer-installed improvements, would that increase the cost to developers, or it wouldn't increase the cost to developers? We're just asking to do something else?
It would shift costs away from the city and leverage private investments, so it would go to potentially the developers, yes.
Okay. A lot of developers fund improvements in lieu of constructing frontage improvements. So we're not asking them to do more, we're just asking them to do something different.
Yeah, the theory would be instead of putting the sidewalk in front of their house, they'd put a sidewalk, they'd fill a gap somewhere else. Some of the legal questions is whether we could require that or whether we could, whether they'd be willing to do that, because they'd essentially be giving up a frontage of their own marketable home to do it somewhere else. But it's a theoretical possibility.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal.
Well, lucky me, I get to look into these things a lot with cities and my clients, and these are all really difficult issues. I haven't, so I'm just gonna kind of play devil's advocate. The LID, it sounds great, really hard to do, really, really a lot of work, and you have to have willing landowners, and that's really, I haven't seen that happen for a sidewalk. So I don't see that being a great process there. The developer installed improvements, I think that a developer, I don't know why they would want to go install a sidewalk somewhere else. It's it's going to cost them more. Then they have to deal with another property owner perhaps instead of their own property. So that's a really difficult one. What might work is instead of having them do that, they just pay a fee in lieu, right? And then the city goes and builds a sidewalk somewhere else. That I could see developers possibly being interested in, right? So maybe that's what you meant, but maybe
Now, would
not.
you require frontage improvements and then an additional fee in lieu?
No, the fee, you would not require the frontage, they would just pay a fee in lieu.
Right.
Yeah. So that's just something to think, those are a couple things but to think about, but I know many cities have explored those in detail. And just they haven't been the silver bullet.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, when I looked at my large takeaway, it's late, so let's just focus on the bottom line. When I looked at this, where I really settled on was particularly in 27, 28, could we take a hard look at funding the Sidewalk Opportunity Fund if we had the money available in the 27, 28 budget, using that primarily for the interim connections and even possibly a rebate program if it was simple to set up and we thought we might have some takers. So my big takeaway was a kind of a combo of 167 would be the direction I would give the staff to start working down and come back to us with some proposals, again, on sort of a 167 combo. And possibly only in connection with the next adopted budget.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I would support Councilmember Black's proposal. As we looked at this, I was really looking to say, is there areas to be innovative here? And I appreciate the analysis that staff has done, especially in the developer installed improvements. It's mentioned in the memo, but I also had a conversation with the city manager with some of the complexities and challenges there. So I don't think, unfortunately, it's a silver bullet to easily accelerate completing of our sidewalk gaps. And so I think the most, the fastest, easiest things to do is to look at interim connections. And I appreciate Councilmember Black's suggestion of saying, let's look at budget time at potentially funding the Sidewalk Opportunity Fund and use it for interim connections, possibly tied to a rebate program.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
No, yeah, I kind of support that line of thinking, but my question is this whole thing independent of our school sidewalk safety program?
Currently, as conceived, the sidewalk safety program is used to fill gaps, but we use the Transportation Benefit District Fund and the school zone safety cameras. So this would be for the ones that are not in that category.
But have we overlaid the maps so that we're targeting?
That is where some of the projects for the TBD came from, was when we did the giant school walk route assessment. Some of those were sidewalk gaps that we filled. Like, for example, you see the sidewalk gap going down Forbes Creek Drive. That's an example where we filled in a sidewalk gap using those funds.
Okay, I don't think I'm making my point, which is school safety is a priority I'm speaking on behalf of Councilmember Falcone. So school safety is a major issue for us, and getting those sidewalks or those curb protections, that kind of stuff that we did up by her school way back when, was a major priority based on that. So I guess I'm wondering where the priority is to fill the gaps. Shouldn't it still be the school walk routes?
Essentially, the Safer Routes to School programs are embedded into what we look at for TSP and CIP funding, and so those do get prioritized. So we've got the $1.34 million, is that the accurate number? $1.34 million a year from the TBD that goes to sidewalk gaps, and we will prioritize them based on safety.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor?
One of the things that I was thinking about when proposing this legislative request memo is, in addition to the safer school walk routes that we already have a program for, is the way that sidewalks get completed today is generally through redevelopment. And as we see things, and a great example in my neighborhood is on 19th Avenue, that we have a number of new homes being built where we're seeing pieces of the sidewalks are going to get completed. You might remember we had a Norkirk neighborhood petition about sidewalks on there, and just saying, okay, with the pieces that are already happening because of development, how do we fill in those gaps? So I think it may be safe school walk routes, but I just see it as complementary to say, are there areas where we can really make an investment, especially an interim investment that completes a connection?
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
I was going to lend my voice here. The ones that stuck out to me were number 1 and number 6 as well. I thought the interim connections, I thought we already had a program like that. That was something that we started with 124th Avenue, and we built the interim pathway. Was that just a one-off, or was that a program?
I guess what I'd say is we have the policy authority and the code authority to do it. It's coming us down to the money as well. So
Okay, but it's not funded.
it's just
is
not
what you're
funded,
saying.
yeah, but we can do it.
Yeah, so I agree with those two. I mean, I'm curious about the rebate program. I'd be curious whether someone would do that and what rebate do they get.
Might be worth exploring.
But if staff was to analyze it and say that would really work, I'd be really interested in that.
Okay, anybody else? All right, I am also a 167. So, I think you've got a direction.
Well, so we do need, the way LRMs work, we do need a motion so that we say that you want us to go back and do that work, so.
Deputy Mayor, do you want to do it since it's your LRM?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I move that we direct staff to bring back options at budget time for the sidewalk, for funding the Sidewalk Opportunity Fund, building interconnections, and developing a rebate program.
Second?
Been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Black to come back with 167.
Thank you very much.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Chuck, we will miss you.
I will miss you all too.
You have
Thank
made a
very
difference in this city, so thank you. And
Thank
we wish you the best.
Really appreciate that. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, Chuck.
All right, City Manager, anything else? We are adjourned.
Thank you.